Good morning, everyone. You all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you once again to our audience who joining online with EuroCham this morning. Thank you for joining us so early in the morning, and please allow me to remind that to keep your microphone muted at all time to avoid the disruption noise. So to start again, good morning to our distinguished guests who join us this morning, our speakers and our participants who join us online. A very warm welcome to EuroCham Morning Business Talk. My name is 𝗀𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. I'm the Events and Memberships Manager at EuroCham. And this morning I will be your coordinator for this online event sessions. So this is the second editions of EuroCham Morning Business Talk, and along with the occasions of to celebrate International Women's Day, we, in collaboration with Bred Bank Shine Academy program, we have brought to our members and EuroCham network a morning business talk in this series. So we have today welcomes to bring together 7 business women's leaders who are working differently in different sectors and also in different positions to give a short pitch about their company and also to share about their experience. Also in this and also to how they have empowered themselves and also others to be as successful as themselves. So before I proceed, I would like to mention to our online viewers to feel free and ask questions along the way in our chat box available at the room Zoom sessions. You can drop your question there and our team will be able to coordinate to ask one of our speakers. You can also raise hands. There's an option in Zoom that you can raise hand along the way. So to avoid noise disruption again, to please keep your microphone muted at all times and to give only the permission to those who will be speaking. So thank you, everyone. I would like to next welcome Mr. Denis SAINTE-MARIE, Executive Director of EuroCham, to give his welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Ratanak. Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you for this woman edition of our Morning Business Talk series. Actually, as it was said, in collaboration with the Bred Bank Shine program, this Morning Business Talk will bring together women from different industries and working positions to network and exchange. This special edition of our MBT series gives us the opportunity to celebrate together the International Women's Day after the initiative which has been taken yesterday by the Royal Government of Cambodia, but by also the Ambassador of France. We are very pleased to be able also to organize this online event due to the ongoing circumstances and after the announcement made by the Prime Minister yesterday. EuroCham actually is already embarked for several years in promoting women entrepreneurs. In this regard, an MOU was signed in 2017 with the Cambodian Women Entrepreneur Association, and we are looking for developing more ties between our two associations in the coming months. During our last September board election, 3 female candidates were elected by our members, very above diversity at member state level and open support to gender diversification. I want to thank, this is the right day actually, Ms. Nary, Dr. Susan Bodak, and Ms. Sara Monti for having joined the board of directors and for having supported this today initiative. Also, in the recently developed EuroCham strategic focus for the next 2 years, there is a strategic goal to continue to lead by example in social and economic issues, such as gender equality, and women empowerment. This today initiative is, it is our wish, the starting point of a possible one-year initiative titled Inspirational Women in Business Talk and Webinar Series. We would like to launch this initiative with the support of our members. Such possible move will establish a community of stakeholders interested in women empowerment and other related topics. Ideally, such process will be followed by a larger national level forum in March 2022. Open to non-members, such session will be a unique venue for exchange between women from both the Cambodian and the European business community. I am also, I have to confess that for EuroCham is quite its first full online event. So I count on your kind understanding, and we are going to also, thanks to the lesson learned, continue to expand such approach to keep a relation with our members, to better serve our members, especially if mitigation measures we would have to continue in the coming weeks. Please, I am now very pleased and honored to give the floor to our guest, which represent the European Union delegation, Camilla LOMBARD, and who join us today on behalf of the ambassador, His Excellency Carmen Moreno. I will just take this opportunity to thank European Union for their instrumental support during the last 7 years. This support allows EuroCham to achieve a unique level of integration with its own European national organization to set up a systematic and highly professional advocacy program and to become the single voice for all European business in Cambodia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Denis, for your welcome remarks. So, as I've mentioned, I would like to invite next Ms. Camilla LOMBARD, acting Head of Corporations at the EU Delegation Cambodia, to give a short opening remarks.
Let me first of all convey the apologies from our ambassador, who couldn't be present today, unfortunately, and I'm here on her behalf. And I'm really happy to be here among so many inspiring women. Even if, as Denis said, we can't meet in person, it's a great opportunity to share experience and network and inspire other women. And we as the EU, we put a strong emphasis on support to women empowerment and empowering women in business. We recently adopted our third gender action plan, which envisages strengthening support to women entrepreneurship and women-led business, their access to finance, and strengthened digital capacity. We are really glad, therefore, to see that EuroCham is taking this opportunity of the International Women's Day to expand its work into supporting this agenda. Business associations, indeed, they have a big potential to bring about change, not only by supporting its members, but also through advocacy and capacity building, exactly what Denis said just earlier. We have seen throughout the years what a positive impact EuroCham's advocacy efforts can have in Cambodia, and we have really always appreciated this and our partnership with EuroCham. So why is it important to support female-led businesses in Cambodia? Women entrepreneurs are important drivers of economic growth, as we all know. Women-owned businesses have been on the rise over the past 20 years. Recent data shows that women own more than 60% of micro and informal businesses, but they own only 18% of small businesses, indicating a huge untapped potential to contribute to Cambodian economy. Gender equality is a fundamental human right. And it is also a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Women are subject to exactly the same rights as anybody else. Yet, when it comes to upscaling their businesses, women entrepreneurs face significantly higher barriers, including discriminatory legislative frameworks, limited access to finance and ICT, lack of opportunity for capacity development, and discriminatory socio-cultural norms and beliefs. Practical arrangements, such as, for instance, lack of adequate childcare services, often hinder women's opportunities to work and also to become entrepreneurs. As we all know, the COVID epidemic and closure of schools and preschools all around the world has impacted women disproportionately. So due to their traditional role as carers in the society, more women entrepreneurs than men were obliged to close their business, including in many of our European countries. The COVID crisis has therefore shed even more light on the need to adopt a gender lens when planning entrepreneur support measures for sustainable growth. Women are not only the hardest hit by this pandemic, but they are also the backbone of the coming economic recovery in Cambodia and elsewhere. For the country to catch up and accelerate recovery, to be able to meet its objective to achieve the SDGs and become a high middle income country by 2030, it will be key to put women at the center of economies. There is simply no sustainable growth without women entrepreneurs, and it's therefore crucial to see how we can better assist women entrepreneurs to run their businesses more effectively and efficiently. We believe that many of you participating in this meeting can provide a good example and inspire other women that want to be active in the private sector. Your expertise is extremely valuable for women in Cambodia who still lack the resources and opportunities to grow as entrepreneurs. You can also advocate, as I said earlier, for change of policies, challenge the discriminatory norms, and directly support young and old women who are looking up to you. So just a final word on the EU's future program of action for the next 7 years, where we promote sustainable and inclusive growth in Cambodia. We will focus our investments on green growth, decent jobs, education and skills, and governance, which includes the trade sector and the private sector. These three priorities are clearly interlinked, as skills and education support growth and jobs, and governance makes reforms possible. And the relevance of these three priorities for promoting women entrepreneurship and sustainable growth is crystal clear. So with these words, please rest assured of the European Union continuous support in promoting women and women entrepreneurs in Cambodia. And I look forward to a fruitful debate this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Camilla Lombard, for your insightful opening remarks. So for the next speakers, I would like to invite Ms. Sara Monti, board members of EuroCham Cambodia, to give her opening remarks.
Welcome everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Camilla Lombard for being here today, and thank you all for attending this morning business talk. Let me say, why are we here today? When I joined the first meeting of the board of EuroCham in December, each member was asked about what kind of contribution she or he would like to make for the benefit of the chamber. And at that moment, I realized that given the renewed presence of women in our board, because in the few years before, so the board didn't have any women, I realized that it was the right moment for the chamber to increase its commitment to support professional women who are part of our business community. And that's why I proposed a series of dedicated initiatives for this year 2021, including today's event. let me say that I decided to raise the voice by taking inspiration directly from my personal experience. Because as a lawyer, always working in big international law firms between Italy and China, dealing with huge cross-border transactions and investments, I've always seen few women who were allowed to reach the top. And in those few cases, only after decades of battles that, frankly speaking, men do not need to go through. And these hurdles, these obstacles, let me say that are quite misunderstood because generally law firms are quite far from discrimination. So most of the time, the real problem is about career advancement and professional treatment and how they are different between men and women. And advancement and treatment are grounded in bias, not in open discrimination. And unfortunately, I have to say that this doesn't happen only in the legal sector, but in every business sector we are involved in. And as for Cambodia, of course, we registered some positive data because we know that the share of women in wage employment has increased. And this means that so there are improvements in gender equality in the labor market here in Cambodia. We have significant progress also, for example, in the representations of women in elected positions at communities level or in the National Assembly. However, many women have not reached the parity with men. As for example, there's a significant wage gap and inequalities also in professional treatment and career opportunities. And women continue to experience great disadvantages also because they are underrepresented within high levels position management. That's why events like today, in my opinion, should help us to spread more awareness on these issues and try to find tangible actions to build a more inclusive environment for women. And today we will listen the story of 7 extraordinary successful women. And I believe that celebrating the works and achievements of women will inspire further women to reach their potential. And as conclusion, let me say that gender balance is not only a women's issue, but it primarily is an economic and social issue. So enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, thank you.
Next, I would like to have and invite Mr. Guillaume PERDON, CEO of Bred Bank Cambodia, to give an introductions to Bred Bank Shine Academy programs. So, Guillaume.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm very happy and proud to participate in this Women Morning Business Talk. Shine is a program which was launched by Bred Bank Cambodia in 2019. The purpose is to help women in business, very clearly. It looks to address specific challenges that women are facing in business. So we launched this program in 2019, but unfortunately, because of the COVID, we have some difficulties to extend it in 2020. And we are reshaping it now and readapting, and it will start again in the couple of weeks, even if we had some events throughout the year of 2020. The 3 pillars of our Shine program are based on studies that we made on women SME in 2017 or 2018. Especially our Shine program is targeting non-financial support regarding access to greater networking for women businesses, A large part of this program is focused on learning, soft skills especially for now, and also all kind of information and activities that can support the network of women entrepreneurs in Cambodia. I wanted to mention as well in this speech that Bred is very proud to sponsor EuroCham in general, and we are looking forward to working together to develop more, to bring more interesting topics, events around women in business. And to all, my message to all the business women in Cambodia, I would like to extend my deep respect for all the work all the business women are doing in Cambodia. We know a very powerful businesswoman here, and I would like to extend my respect on both sides, of course, on the business side, but also on the personal side of this woman in business, because we all know that women in business have two jobs, and we understand this, and we are fully aware about that, and we would like to thank you them for this. And finally, I would like to ask you to especially join. There is an interactive group discussion during this morning with my colleague Kunthea MEAS, who is the head of network at Bred Bank, and who will talk more about these topics, and especially the women, the issue related to financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. Thank you for your introduction to joint programs. So without any delays, on the next agenda, so I myself will go quickly into brief introduction about EuroCham. So EuroCham's, once again, we have always welcomed and opened our doors to all the registered company in Cambodia to be part of our growing members networks. And our membership department is working to ensure a close relationship between members to members, and also between members to non-members. Make sure that everyone is being able to as a member to boost their brand visibility. And aside from that, we have an advocacy program which stands as a platform exclusively for our members to promote as a dialogue with our Cambodian counterparts, both and within the royal government of Cambodia and the private sectors. While at the same time, we have our services departments who also actively help our members and companies who looking to invest in Cambodia to understand more about the Cambodian market, especially in terms of advisory services, where we also provide a service in terms of market survey and market analysis. And also we also provide a business partner research as well. Aside from that, we also have supporting services where I'm sure most of our members and non-members have joined one of our training programs that was developed by our services department. And also we also including different series of trade missions and workshop plannings and many other business services. So our members, of course, consists of and join EuroCham and involved in 6 of our founding chambers and national chapters, in which each community play a role to boost the visibility of EuroCham, and while at the same time engage and actively organize their activities based on their community and traditions. So at this point, I would like to also mention that the EuroCham will and have already announced the pre-registrations of CSR contests and awards. It will be lasted from the 1st of March until the 19th of March. So once again, feel free to scan this QR code to access the information about the upcoming CSR contests and awards. And we have also, in the meantime, a series of trainings on public speaking masterclass and public, PowerPoint. And also the new editions of our training course will be on the financial analysis for investment decision making. One of our famous training course will also be in May for the Excel Masterclass. So I would like to take this time to thank once again to our platinum and gold partners of 2021. Thanks to Bred Bank, DFDL, Thales Hospitality Groups, and our gold partners of Smart, Axiata, Sofitel, Phnom Penh, Total, Mercedes-Benz, our technology partner Blue Ups, and recently joined this year Hobbs Garden and Heineken Cambodia. So on the next agenda item, we'll have and we'll give the floor to 7 of our women's business leaders to pitch about their companies, as well as to share about their experience, how they have been developing themselves until this stage. So this is the main purpose of organizing a Mon Business Talk is to give access to our members to give a pitch format business connections, and also to provide a presentation about their company to a wider scale of audience. We have for the first editions, we have done it in November 2020, where we invite some of our members directly to our EuroCham office. So this morning we will have 7 women's leaders who will be presenting their own companies and also share their experience as a woman. So first, I would like to mention that the presentation will be done by a company alphabetical order. First, I would like to welcome Ms. Serenade, the Managing Director of Signature, to give her short presentations. So, Ms. Serenade.
Good morning. Can you give me the access?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are doing well and stay safe. And thank you, Bred Bank and EuroCham for having me today. My name is Serenade Say. I'm a Managing Director of Ambience Signature. And you might know us as Signature. Can you give me the access? I didn't get me that.
Okay. 1 second.
Yeah, I got it now. Thank you. Okay, so Signature was founded in 2013. So we have 2 offices in Cambodia and in Thailand. And we recently moved our office to a bigger office a few months ago to Equation. That's the picture of our new office. And at Signature, we are providing commercial ambient scenting on a monthly basis. In Khmer, it's called we are Signature 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 which basically means we're spraying fragrances or perfume through air conditioning system. And our vision is to provide high quality, fresh, breathable, and safe atmosphere that fully compliant with air quality regulation. And for our mission is to be the leader in scent creation and diffusion of high quality ambient scent. So we work with, So we work with many well-known French nose, which also known as a perfumer. who have been crafting for large houses. For example, of this gentleman here, Mr. Terry, he's been crafting fragrances for large houses for MS, Chanel, YSL, etc. So in total, we have over 35,000 fragrances. So therefore, you can choose your very own signature scent, and we can go above and beyond that. We can create a whole new fragrance line just for your brand. So how do we choose those fragrances for you? It is based on your business activity. What are you selling? What's your products? And what is your brand identity? What are you representing? For example, you're representing an Italian brand, or you're representing a local brand. We will choose a fragrance depending on your type of business identity. And also, who are your target customers? For example, of their nationality, their age, their gender, because all of these will affect how they like fragrance. And in our service, we also include our in-house technicians. So they will go and set up the machine and attach with your air conditioning system. And then weekly, they will go and check, and they will refill fragrance for you. And so every time you turn on the air conditioning system, your signature fragrance will spray out. And this is a way of trying to capture the experience and the memory of your visitors that coming into your shop, your space. And you can see the certificates and that I've mentioned in this slide. So all of our fragrances and machines are all safe for the health, because we're spraying fragrance for a very long time. So we need to have a certificate in order to prove that it doesn't harm to the health. And yeah, so this is all I have for today. Thank you for having me. My name is Serenade, Managing Director of Ambience Signature.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. for your short presentation about your company. So next, may I please have Ms. Sothida, Managing Director of CBRE Cambodia, to give her a short pitch about her company.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for everyone, especially the audience who spend your time to attend this event, as well as EuroCham, which is the organizer. Yep, I am proud to be here and to share my experience and my company background to our member and also non-member. So I joined in real estate. CBRE is the real estate company, and I joined here for over 10 years in this sector. First, when I joined, I do not know even the word real estate. So I just start my career in CBRE as accountant, and then I move step by step to the role that I have today. So I would like to share that we all, the lady, do not scare. We need to be confident to move to every step. And when we have opportunity, we have to come up. In the past, we need a strong man to lead the country. We need a strong man to lead the company. But the world have changed. So now we all balance men and women in over the place. So I am proud to be one of the lady and the same of you. And we all have the power to change this world together. Next slide, please. Talk about CBRE Cambodia. So we opened our business here in 2008. So it's 13 years now. We joined during the financial crisis. So we know all the trend in real estate business in Cambodia, and our vision is to be the dynamic and successful real estate. So we focus about our team. We focus on sustainability growth. So we care about team. We choose the quality of teamwork to join us to grow our business in order we can service to client, provide the client with the best service. So that's why our core value, you can see in CBE, it's about RISE. So RISE is about respect, integrity, service, and excellence. And real estate business in Cambodia, I would say that it's young. It's not transparency at all compared to other countries. So that's why we focus on quality. We focus on teamwork. We focus on information that we can share to the client. We can share to the people about what happened in real estate sector. Next slide, please. Yes, so we provide a full spec of property service, including brokerage for residential, office, retail, industrial, investment, landed property, and the same as other professional business such as property management. We need the team, the good team to manage all the bidding of our client. We also provide market research and consulting related to real estate business and also valuation. So if you want to find a full spec, a full service of property, please come to CBRE. And during the COVID-19, of course, everyone impacted. Everyone suffer the same real estate and the same as CBRE Cambodia. Our lead and opportunity have dropped for about 50%, and our budget revenue have do not reach, and it fall about 40% as of our target. So that's why we need to keep and use the strategy how we can stand, how we can position ourselves in this market condition. So I would like to say stay communication. So with your colleague, with your client, so even more. So you need to check with them how they are, how well, what is the impact, how you can help them. So stay more communication. And one more thing is about managing your cash flow. Everyone must be suffer in this market condition. So you need to oversee your cash flow all the time to ensure that how long you can survive. You need to have plan B, you need to have plan C, and then stay positive, stay motivation, and stay communication with your team all the time. Don't forget to share them about the good news in order to motivate them. I know that it's people feel demotivated during this market condition. So as the managing director, as the management team, you need to even more motivate to them in every market condition. So good news, say about good news and make them feel positive to move forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sothida for the very insightful presentations. Next, I would like to invite Ms. VANN Amonich, Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability Manager at Coca-Cola Cambodia, to proceed your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me present you myself first. My name is Amonich. I'm in charge as Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability Manager. First, I start with Coke. I start with legal officer, but I have developed my career in Coke for 5 years. I get promotion almost every year from legal officer, then legal senior executive, and right now and then a legal manager, and currently I'm a PAC manager. So I will, for the section 2, I will brief a little bit how that I grow my career until now that I have today. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to thank you to EuroCham that give me honor to be a guest speaker today. That is a woman event that is very valuable for women, group women. Okay, let me introduce you a bit about our company. Okay, I cannot control my slide. Okay. Coca-Cola Cambodia have present in Cambodia since 1963, and we have invested step by step until now. Until 2015, we have invested 100 million US dollar to install our new plant and build the world-class office. We have not stopped our investment here. We continue to invest more and more. Even now, in 2019, we have invested 21 million US dollar on install hot fill line and extend our warehouse. Currently, we have head office in Phnom Penh, our new plant located in PPSEZ, and we have 5 brands in 5 provinces. Currently, we have 871 employees, which is 32% are female, and there is only 2 expats. That means that our company, our plant, run by Cambodian 99.7%. We also invest around 1% of annual revenue on the people development program. On top of that, we also invest on the CSR program that we invest more than $500,000 US dollar per year. Coca-Cola is a compliant company 100%, and we are the first company who signed MOU with ACU. And we also refer to other 100 companies located in PPSEZ to sign that MOU as well. If we talk about COVID-19 impact, sure, Coca-Cola also impact from COVID-19, but in consequence, we don't deduct on the labor cost, and in addition, we employee benefit also not deducted. To support the community and join the government fighting against the COVID-19, we have hold our commercial advertisement and redirect the advertising budget in amount of 260K US dollar to support the community. And even now, last year we have spent around 20K more to produce the banner that you see on the road. And even now, today we are in producing the more banner that support the government to fighting the COVID-19 and in progress now. So let's move to the next slide. I cannot move. Okay. As the event today is a women event, so I will share you a bit about co-commitment on women empowerment program and women development program in the Coke system. Here I divide in 2 parts. One is in women empowerment in Coke workplace, and another one is women empowerment in community. What Coke have done on both parts. For women empowerment in workplace, we have a vision that 2020 we commit to have female employee, 50% of the total employee. And our mission is unlocking the potential of our people to achieve their best self. And how we achieve the vision and mission. We have organize and design many women development program, training program on women. That program sometimes we recognized by our CBC, the Coca-Cola in Cambodia, and some program is from the global, that the Coca-Cola company at the long time. And we also designed the specific program for women only, like we call here that training is called Achieve Their Best. That program is applied for women only. We have live that develop our people. On top of that, we also providing the job training. Meaning that we create opportunity for women and men that they can do. We don't divide or no job for men or for women. But anyway, it depends on women that they want to challenge this to take to success in their career growth or not. In brief, this is the part they will detail in the section 2. A weakness of the provide on job training. A weakness is currently we have 12 female truck driver who drive truck 20 tons. That their first job is just a cleaner and security in the Coca-Cola company. But right now he is the truck driver for 20 towns, and some of them is also team leader in the driver team. One more thing, we have manufacturing manager and operation line manager is also female. Their first job in Coke is the QA team. This is proof that no job for men and for women in Coke system. All the employee get the same opportunity to grow in their career. Let's move next to the adopt working. No, not yet. Adopting to women working environment here. I refer to the environment for women, and we invest on facility to support female employee. Give you example for easy to understand. We give priority to women on the parking lot that they can park in our office. We invest the tool and swap the work for pregnancy female and female that just give a birth to enable them to work and perform their work well. For recruitment process, in the recruitment process, 15% is the internal promotion, and 50% of this ratio promotion is kept for female. At least there is one female candidate in every stage of the recruitment process. If we don't have one female candidate in, we will not run the process. That is the commitment and strategy that Coke apply to promote female in the workplace. We also promote to have female in all level, including country level, capability level, and executive level. For the internal women forum, I'm not sure that other companies have this, but for Coca-Cola, we have the internal women forum that we create the committee. That the committee is the leader from its department, and they identify a successor leader, successor employee in the department. So we have to create them. This committee, and I am the one of this member as well. We organize the monthly internal women in forum that the the committee design and find the different topic to share, to coach, to inspire to our female. And we also conduct to have the quarterly and yearly women forum that we invite ethno women who is inspired person in the social, like this year to celebrate Women International Day, we invite Dr. Dr. 𝗪 𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀. She is can speak in Khmer 𝗪 𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and also founder of the clinic to provide knowledge and sharing experience the diagnosis of the cervical cancer and breast cancer to our employee. And for this year, International Women's Day this year, Coca-Cola also provide the package all female employee to have check up on the breast and the cervical cancer as well. Here is for the women empowerment in the Coca-Cola workplace. Now we move to the women empowerment, commitment on women empowerment that Coca-Cola to promote the ethno female that we call community female. Our vision is to develop 400 female ethno 100 female per year, and our mission is to empower women on the economic and how we can achieve those vision and mission. So our activity is we have initiated the signature program that we call street food vendor with the purpose of enhance the hygiene and hospitality of the vendor. This costs to promote, to support their daily income as well. We also have project modern eco bag project that project is convert the sugar bag to the shopping bag that converting by the disabled people, and most of them is the female. That project we partner with Chima and social enterprise called the village work. And another activity is startup business. We find the entrepreneur women that have entrepreneur mindset to run mini Coke distributor that we call mini MEP. It means that we give them the startup business to be the distributor, mini distributor of the Coca-Cola product. And currently we have around 200 mini Coke distributor. And we also have partner and other project that we partner with NGO, government, and social enterprise with private sector to example on project project G that stands for girl and girl to leader, etc. Here is the summary on the women empowerment and the commitment of the Coca-Cola on the women empowerment. That's all from me.
Okay. Thank you, Bong Amonich, for your presentation. So next, I would like to have Ms. Sreytouch, Business Engagement Manager of Pact Cambodia, to give her presentation. Let me remind once again that each participant have around 3 to 4 minutes to page about their company. Okay, thank you. Bong Sreytouch, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sreytouch. I'm the Business Engagement Manager from the Pact Cambodia. And today I'm the representative from the Pact Cambodia. I would like to introduce what is Pact. So, yeah. So Pact is the global international NGO. We cover like 40 countries among the world. And Pact Global is founded in 1971, but as a Pact Cambodia is established in 1991. And everything about right now is almost 30 years. And our vision and mission. So yeah, so Pact is the development non-profit organization. So we try to work on the ground for the every dose of every country to end the poverty and marginalization. So during we try to partnership with the local organization, business and government to build the lasting solution for the thriving, resilient community. And our vision so thank you. So please move to next slide. Okay. Yeah, so what is Pact Cambodia doing right now? So Pact Cambodia is running one big project they call VAC, or they call Women Entrepreneur Act. So this project is funded by USAID fund, and our project goal is to empowering women youth the age is around 15 to 35 to access to civic and socio-economic rights as expressed with the Cambodia law. And our project objective is to make women and youth to access to knowledge, tool and resource necessary to succeed in their marketplace and labor force. And also we try to make them constructive civic engagement of the Cambodian increased it. And yes, this project have the 5 years long. It have been run from the August 2018 until 2023. So our project is focused on a woman entrepreneur who start from the level lower level up to high level. So yeah, and we have the representative of the three archetypes like Kunthea, 𝗪𝗑𝗀 and 𝗪vie. Those is just a bit different between education and knowledge and experience and capacity. Yeah, and also to empower those women. So we have think about how to make them to achievement. They have to get the agency, or we can say that how to make them have the confidence, and also how to reach them. They have to have the resource. So to make them have resource, so we have designed like 6 pillars. Those women entrepreneur they can access with, like the human capital, entrepreneurial culture, support structure and organization, policy and leadership, access to finance and access to market. And our project right now is run like 7 geographic area within Phnom Penh, Bat Nambong, Siem Reap, Kampong Cham, Kampot, Kaep, and Sreytouch. And right now we have implemented with our partners like 15, and this year we increase up to 30 partnership. Yeah, and what is we talk about our achievement. So right now, through this project, so our women entrepreneur can achieve their goal, can live with their life what they have to, and also we have tried to empowering them through private and private sector engagement as well. So right now we have a partnership with Facebook Global to provide the lady, those of women with digital marketing, Facebook digital marketing, and also we work with some FI as well. So right now we also explore our opportunity to looking for private sector partnership who can add value to those women entrepreneur, and who can give opportunity to those for their growing the business, and who can make them build those women capacity. So if we think about right now about COVID-19, so for the Pact Cambodia and as well as Pact Global, so we are ready for the COVID-19, so we don't have effect at all on our employment as well as our policy. So right now we just ready to be everything made by online, as well as for the payment process and work from home, and everything is accessed by online. But if we talk about the project, we are work closely and try to make our partner and YWE more accessible and reduce all the negative impact, and we try to prevent backsliding into the poverty by enable access to finance for the emergency business support relief from COVID-19. So to respond this, to make this happen, we designed two projects as well. So one is called the mini grant, and another one is called the micro loan. So due to the time is limit, so I just finish right now. So if any question, just drop in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sreytouch, for your presentation. So may I have next Ms. HENG Hally, HR Coordinator at Pactics Group Cambodia, to present her about her company.
ចាសូមអរគុណនាងខ្ញុំសូមនិយាយខ្មែរណាចានាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះ HENG Hally មកពីខាង Pactics Cambodia ដែលមានទីតាំងនៅខេត្តសៀមរាបហើយនាងខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើបទបង្ហាញខ្លះៗអំពីក្រុមហ៊ុន Pactics Cambodia អូខេអញ្ចឹង Pactics Cambodia បានបង្កើតឡើងនៅក្នុងខេត្តសៀមរាបកាលពីឆ្នាំ 2010 ហើយពួកយើងបានចុះបញ្ជីចូលជារោងចក្រនៅឆ្នាំទៅកាលពីឆ្នាំ 2020 សកម្មភាពអាជីវកម្មរបស់ពួកយើងហ្នឹងគឺយើងមានផលិតជាម៉ាស់ជាកាបូបហើយនឹងកាបូបសម្រាប់ធ្វើដំណើរយើងមានផលិតជាសម្ភារៈសម្រាប់សម្លៀកបំពាក់កីឡាហើយនឹងយើងមានផលិតជាកាបូបសម្រាប់កាបូបឬក៏សម្ភារៈវេចខ្ចប់ផលិតផលទាន់សម័យឧទាហរណ៍ដូចជាកាបូបដាក់វ៉ែនតារ៉េបានជាដើមចឹងអ្វីដែលយើងចង់បាន Pactics គឺយើងមិនគ្រាន់តែចង់បង្កើតជាផលិតផលដែលមានគុណភាពល្អប៉ុណ្ណោះទេប៉ុន្តែគឺយើងគោលដៅរបស់យើងគឺយើងចង់ចងចំណងដៃគូជាមួយនឹងអតិថិជនរបស់យើងឲ្យបានល្អអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងតែងតែព្យាយាមសម្របសម្រួលដល់សកម្មភាពអាជីវកម្មរបស់យើងតាំងពីការសន្ទនាដំបូងជាមួយនឹងអតិថិជនការផលិតនៅផលិតផលរហូតដល់ការដឹកជញ្ជូនជូនអតិថិជនគឺយើងព្យាយាមធ្វើឲ្យវាមានលក្ខណៈងាយស្រួលហើយត្រង់ទៅត្រង់មកជាមួយអតិថិជនរបស់យើងចក្ខុវិស័យរបស់ Pactics ពួកយើងចង់ខ្លាយខ្លួនទៅជាក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលផលិតនៅផលិតផលដែលមានតម្លៃសមរម្យហើយមានគុណភាពខ្ពស់និងពេញនិយមដោយមានការទទួលខុសត្រូវខ្ពស់ចំពោះបរិស្ថានហើយនិងសង្គមចាត្រង់ចំណុចនេះនាងខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់បន្តិចហើយដែលបានជាយើងថាយើងមានការទទួលខុសត្រូវខ្ពស់នៅក្នុងបរិស្ថាននិងសង្គមចឹងសម្រាប់ Pactics របស់យើងតាំងពីយើងកសាងអគារក៏យើងបានគិតគូរទៅដល់បរិស្ថានគឺទី1សម្រាប់អគាររបស់ពួកយើងគឺយើងមានការសិក្សាទៅលើទិសខ្យល់ហើយនិងតំបន់ពន្លឺដើម្បីជៀសវាងការប្រើប្រាស់កំណល់អគ្គិសនីច្រើនពេលយើងធ្វើការហើយយើងក៏បានដំឡើងនៅ solar panel សម្រាប់ប្រើប្រាស់នៅក្នុងអាជីវកម្មរបស់យើងផងដែរចាពួកយើងទទួលខុសត្រូវខ្ពស់ខាងផ្នែកសង្គម Pactics បានទទួលបាននៅការទទួលស្គាល់សញ្ញាបត្រ SA8000 ដែលមានទទួលស្គាល់ពីសហគមន៍អឺរ៉ុបចឹង SA8000 ហ្នឹងគឺគេនឹងធ្វើការវិតម្លៃ Pactics អំពីការទទួលខុសត្រូវផ្នែកសង្គមដែលថាពួកយើងធ្វើតាមច្បាប់របស់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដែរឬទេហើយពួកយើងមាន facility គ្រប់គ្រាន់ដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់បុគ្គលិកយើងដែរឬទេហើយពួកគេក៏ធ្វើការវិតម្លៃទៅលើសុខភាពនិងសុវត្ថិភាពនៅក្នុងកន្លែងធ្វើការរបស់យើងផងដែរចា sorry អូនគាត់ថារតនៈសូមជួយបកស្លាយមកក្រៅបន្តិចបងចុចអត់បានចាអរគុណច្រើនចានាងខ្ញុំសូមលើកជីវប្រវត្តិខ្លះៗអំពី Pactics ការដំបូងគឺយើងបានបង្កើតឡើងនៅប្រទេសចិនក្នុងឆ្នាំ 2004 ប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែថ្នាក់គ្រប់គ្រងយើងឃើញមានសក្តានុពលសេដ្ឋកិច្ចនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាគាត់ក៏បានសាកដាក់សាកបងអាជីវកម្មនៅខេត្តសៀមរាបនៅកាលហ្នឹងយើងមានបុគ្គលិកប្រហែលជា20ទៅ40នាក់ទេហើយកាលហ្នឹងគឺយើងផលិតតែក្រណាត់ជូតវ៉ែនតានិងកាបូបដាក់វ៉ែនតា រហូតដល់ឆ្នាំ2010ដោយសារតែមានជោគជ័យនៃការសាកល្បងហ្នឹងគឺពួកយើងក៏ដែលមានជំនួយពីខាងរដ្ឋាភិបាលប្រទេសហូឡង់ផងអញ្ចឹងយើងក៏បានរៀបចំសាងសង់នៅរោងចក្រដែលមានស្តង់ដារដោយសពថ្ងៃនេះហើយរាល់ថ្ងៃនេះគឺយើងមានបុគ្គលិកសរុបទាំងអស់881នាក់ដែលក្នុងនោះយើងមាន80%ជាស្ត្រីអញ្ចឹងអ្វីដែលយើងកំពុងធ្វើនៅពេលនេះសប្តាហ៍ថ្ងៃគឺយើងមានផលិតនៅកាបូបចាដោយសារស្លាយផ្សេងកាន់អាចមើលក្នុងវីដេអូបានវាជាកាបូបដែលយើងផលិតយើងយកការ៉ុងស៊ីម៉ង់ដែលគេចោលហ្នឹងគឺយកមកអ៊ុតឲ្យស្អាតហើយយើងផលិតទៅជាកាបូបនេះហើយយើងក៏មានផលិតជា solitary bag ផងដែរចាជាការ៉ុងដូចការ៉ុងស៊ីម៉ង់ដូចគ្នាយើងក៏មានផលិតជាកាបូបបែបនេះផងដែរយើងមានផលិតនៅសម្លៀកបំពាក់កីឡាហើយផលិតម៉ាសចាអ្វីដែលយើងចំណុចពិសេសរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ុន Pactics ហ្នឹងគឺយើងមានម៉ាស៊ីនអ៊ុត sublimation អ៊ុតពុម្ពផ្ទាល់នៅក្រុមហ៊ុនរបស់យើងតែម្ដងហើយនេះគឺជាម៉ាសដែលយើងផលិតចាគឺយើងទិញកំណាត់ថាពណ៌សទេប៉ុន្តែគឺយើងយកមកអ៊ុតតាម design ដែលអតិថិជនយើងត្រូវការចាអញ្ចឹងគាត់ចង់បាន design បែបណាយើងក៏អាចជួយ design ឲ្យគាត់បានដែរចាហើយចំណុចពិសេសម៉ាស់របស់ពួកយើងទៀតគឺពួកយើងមានទទួលការធ្វើតេស្តត្រឹមត្រូវពីខាងlab នៅខាងបរទេសផងដែរចាសម្រាប់ឆ្នាំទៅនៅពេលដែល COVID ក៏បានវាលុកមកប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងផងដែរនៅក្នុងខេត្តសៀមរាបជាខេត្តដែលពឹងផ្អែកទៅលើទេសចរអញ្ចឹងភាគច្រើនសន្តាគារហើយនឹងភោជនីយដ្ឋានត្រូវបានបិទហើយ Pactics យើងក៏បានប៉ះពាល់ដែរដោយសារតែអតិថិជនរបស់យើងភាគច្រើនសហគមន៍អឺរ៉ុបអញ្ចឹងគាត់មិនបានធ្វើការប្រឡងពេញលេខចំនួនគឺក៏សម្រាប់ចិត្តជួ
បង Hally from our audience to again show products again គាត់សុំផលិតផលបងភាសាទៀតបងអាចជួយលើកឲ្យគាត់
សុំផលិតផលអូនអូខេបងសុំលើកពីកាបូប
គាត់ចង់ឃើញបាទសុំបងជួយលើកឲ្យគាត់
ចាកាបូបយើងនេះកាបូបបែបនេះយើងមានផលិតកាបូបបែបនេះដែលផលិតចេញយើងអ៊ុតយកការ៉ុងស៊ីម៉ង់គឺមកអ៊ុតណាអូនចាវាដូចកស៊ូចឹងពេលយើងអ៊ុតហើយតែក្អមគឺសាច់កណាត់យើងមានផលិតកាបូបបែបនេះហើយយើងក៏មានផលិតជាកាបូបសម្រាប់ដាក់កៅអៅផងដែរចាហើយនេះគេហៅ solitary bag យើងអ៊ុតដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹងនេះវិសាលពណ៌ខ្មៅយើងបាក់លើបន្តិចកាបូបរបស់យើងគឺយើងដេកខាងក្នុងមានអ៊ុតត្រឹមត្រូវហើយច្រាស់ល្អចាមួយទៀតគឺយើងមានម៉ាស់អញ្ចឹងម៉ាស់របស់យើងគឺយើងមានអ៊ុតពុម្ពផ្ទាល់នៅនេះដែលយើងមានម៉ាស៊ីន sublimation អញ្ចឹងបើសិនជាអតិថិជនគាត់ចង់បាន design បែបណាក៏យើងអាចជួយ design ឲ្យគាត់បានអញ្ចឹងខាងយើងមានក្រុម design សម្រាប់ពួកគាត់ម៉ាស់របស់យើងគឺខាងលើនេះយើងមានតំណងមានឆ្អឹងចាកន្លែងដាក់ចំហយើងហ្នឹងយើងមាន design បានច្រើនអូនបងលើកមកច្រើនតិចណាបងនៅចិត្តដៃដែរចាចង់បានបែបនេះក៏បានចាចង់បានតែ logo បែបនេះក៏បានអូខេ sorry
អរគុណច្រើន
ចាសូមបន្តទៀតណាចាដល់ COVID គឺយើងកាលហ្នឹងយើងជួបបុគ្គលិកប្រហែលជិត1ខែដែរប៉ុន្តែដោយសារតែកាលពីមុនមកយើងអត់មានផលិតម៉ាស់ទេអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលយើងព្យួរហ្នឹងថ្នាក់គ្រប់គ្រងរបស់យើងក៏សម្រាប់ចិត្តបដូរទិសដៅអាជីវកម្មគឺយើងចាប់យកការផលិតម៉ាស់វិញអញ្ចឹងប្រហែលជិត1ខែហ្នឹងយើងក៏បានហៅបុគ្គលិករបស់ពួកយើងមកធ្វើការវិញដោយធម្មតាហើយកាលហ្នឹងយើងមានបង្កើតជា2វេទដែលយើងទទួលមកកំងម៉ាស់ហ្នឹងវារៀងច្រើនដែរកាលហ្នឹងចាដោយបញ្ជាក់មុនអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងសប្តាហ៍មានបុគ្គលិក581នាក់ហើយសប្តាហ៍យើងត្រូវការបុគ្គលិកម្នាក់ផ្នែក pattern maker គឺអ្នកគូពុម្ពដែលគាត់ចេះប្រព័ន្ធកុំព្យូទ័រឧទាហរណ៍ដូចជា optics ចឹងបើសិនជាបងប្អូនមានស្គាល់អ្នកណាដែលមានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ហើយស័ក្តិសមសម្រាប់ការនេះអាចតាក់ទងមកខាងនាងខ្ញុំបានចាអរគុណច្រើន
សូមអរគុណច្រើនបង so next I would like to welcome Miss Sokha co-founder and CEO at the Redbridge Group for her time to page about her company. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is hearing me. I would like to thank first EuroCham and Bred for the initiative and the organization of the event. I'm very proud to be part of this breakfast talk. And I'm very happy to meet all these very strong women entrepreneurs from different backgrounds. And I hope that we can continue to do such events and raise awareness about women empowerment. To present my company, so before presenting my company, I would like to introduce myself. So I'm French Cambodian. I was born in Caledon and I came back to Cambodia in 2016. So since then, I've been working and doing business in Cambodia. So as a woman, I know how all the challenge that we are facing when we want to do business in Cambodia, and especially when you are a woman. And COVID-19 hasn't made our job easier, especially for those who are also moms. So we have different mission and roles. So we are at the same time bosses, mom and wife. So I think it's a good thing that we gather together to raise some challenge that we face and try to share experience on how we deal with all the situation. So to present my company, Redbridge Group. So can I move? Okay, so what we are doing at Redbridge. Redbridge has two main activities. The first one is going to be loan services and real estate. So we are acting as loan broker. It means that if you need to borrow money to buy your house, your car, or for your business, you can come to me and we will study your case, your profile, see if you are eligible for a loan or not and why. And then we help you during the loan application process. On the other side, the other main activity of Redbridge is business consulting. So we provide business consulting in different areas, but mainly in IT. So I have a consulting director that is very skilled on this side. So the company is quite new. So we opened it in 2019. So we are still in the phase of development and also building the team. So our vision in Redbridge is to grow. I mean that we would try to understand our clients, customers, and try to find the best tailor-made solution for them. Inspiration, because we want at the very beginning of the company to create a positive impact on the community. Inspire young people. It means that when we came back in Cambodia, the idea was, of course, to make business. We want to make profit, but not only profit. We really want to share our experience, share our way of working. So it's not only just making money, it's also how we can impact in a positive way people, their community, their neighbors, their family. Technology, because right now everything is on technology, all these apps and software. So we believe that, in the future, we will need to include technology in our way of consuming or in our way of working. And the knowledge, of course, because we focus on people. Actually, I have a team of 8 young people. So the idea is we want to train them to improve their skill, not only the hard skill, but also the soft skill. So it takes time. We take them, it's like we try to be very careful with them to explain things, to correct them when they're wrong, but it's always with the objective of learning. And how do we hire people is not based on the CV or on the degree. We focus more on their mindset, because I think that there's a lot of young people that wants to do things, and maybe they don't have the degree, but they have the mindset that is they want to learn, they want to know more, and they won't give up at the first issue or a problem. That is what we are looking for. And especially for the women, I have many young women in my team. We want them to build their confidence. We want them to be leader. We want them to be aware about how much they can achieve. And it's very important for us. We give them responsibility and we accept the failure. It's very important for them to learn from their failure, but you know, it's always us as a boss to be like role model, to guide them and to support them. So it's very important for me as a woman to have my team, you know, being very confident. And we as a leader, we try to lead by example. So it's not like I give you the order to do things. It's like I'm doing with you. We do a lot of guidance. And it's very important because I can see how much their mindset changed from the very beginning they started to right now. They are more independent, they are more skills, of course, but they're building their confidence, and it's very important, especially for the young women. And also I would like to raise another issue that I have noticed with my female staff, and maybe the other business owner have the same, is about information and misconception that they can have. I think that most of them, it's like once they get they become a wife, they get married, they feel like there's so many things that they cannot do, or they are not aware about what they can do or achieve. And so for me, being like educated in France, I'm quite independent, I'm quite have my self confidence and belief. So it's like trying to explain to them that they have the choice. I will just give an example for the pregnancy. I try to explain to them that having a pregnancy is a choice. Your body is your choice. You can set up a plan about first focusing on your career and then having a family. It's always possible. It's not fate, it's control. So I think for us as women, we have many things to face, and especially for I think for the all women entrepreneur, we have to be an example. We have to be the role model for all these young women that are coming. And this is my goal as a business owner. I want to have a team that stay with me longer, very long time, because I want to build their confidence, I want to build their skills. And what I always told them is like, if you start like as an assistant, I hope in the next few years, you're gonna be my manager. So we really want to give them the self-confidence that they should have. So yes, I'm trying to go to the next step. So yes, really the vision of the company is all that I have talked about teamwork. We work together. We try to provide very sustainable solution to our customers and integrity. So these are the main things for our company. And yes, and for the COVID-19, actually, we just have to adapt to be more online. So I'm very grateful because we have an IT team that is very efficient. So we have all these online tools that we can use, but we also use this time of COVID to strengthen the staff skill. So we take this time to train them on other topics that can be interesting for them. I can give an example for the IT team. We train them on more about the PABX, which is a system for calling and help desk solution. So yeah, they got trained and then they got the certification. So it's not a waste of time. So we try to focus more on the internal of our company during this COVID-19. And from my side, for the loan side, I saw many customers facing some issue to restructuring their loan or to struggle with the cash flow. So Sothida talk about the cash flow and to plan in advance, and that's really true because a lot of business owners, they didn't, plan in advance, and so they struggle with their cash flow. I saw a lot of cases during the COVID-19. Yes. So that's it for my presentation. I'm looking forward to build new partnership with NGO, with other private companies that are in the same pace as we are at Redbridge. And so I'm sure that this breakfast is going to be very fruitful, and there's a lot of experience to share by all these very strong women. Thank you.
Thank you, Bong. So I want to point out one of the questions from the audience to you. So Leon, she asked, what are the questions that you asked during the interview, because you mentioned hiring for mindset is very priority for you. So can you share with us your experience?
Actually, it's more like we put them in a situation when they face an issue and what are their reaction. For example, we always ask like, okay, I'm asking you to do something and you don't know it. How are you gonna react? So it's like we want to see in their body language, in the way that they will answer to us, how they're gonna react. Are they going to say, I will tell you that I don't know, which is the most honest way to answer, or they would just say, oh, I'm doing research by myself. But you know, it's like we want to see that they are not afraid to say I don't know and that they need help, because it's how it works. Because I saw many young people, when I ask something, they say, okay, bon, I can do it. And then when you go back to them later on, it's like, actually, I can't do it, but we waste time. So it's more about, are they afraid to be honest or not? And second thing is we have like, you know, like a phrase in the company is never give up. So if we face a challenge, we never give up. We try to find a solution. We try to look at all the possibility and all the options. So the idea is like, if you face a challenge, will you give up or not? So mostly we try to put them in a situation. So it's going to be different if I hire for the IT team or if I hire for the loan or for the real estate. So we have to adapt, and it's truly about asking them, are they curious? Do they want to know more? What are they willing to do? Like the question that I'm asking also is like, what you want to, how you see yourself in 5 years? What you want to achieve, what is your main goal? Yes, that's it. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Bong. So the last but not least, we have Ms. Nary from Soma Groups. Bong Nary, thank you for your time this morning, and the floor is yours. I think you will need to unmute your mic.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Do you have access to the slide?
Yes, we do. Okay.
All right. Thank you for having me today. I'm very pleased to be part of this talk. Thank you for Camilla LOMBARD from the EU delegation, Guillaume PERDON for SHINE Initiative, and also, of course, EuroCham Executive Director Denis SAINTE-MARIE and all of the team here. To introduce myself, I am a Cambodian returnee. I was born and raised in France, and I pursued my higher education in the US. I returned to Cambodia in 2013, and I have a pluridisciplinary background, both in the public, private sectors, but also as an entrepreneur and also as an NGO or organization founder. I am also currently the treasurer at the board of directors for European Chamber of Commerce, and I am the chief business development officer for Soma Group. So let me introduce you to our great company, Soma Group. Cannot access. Sorry, I'm having a trouble to move. Yes. Can you? Oops, sorry, guys. Okay, so my group was initially founded in 1999, but that was only for the farm. It was initially a family business and evolved into a corporate business, diversified corporate business. So we are very proud that in our team at Soma Group itself, we have out of the executive level, which means the C-level position, we have 6 out of 9 positions that are filled with women, including our CEO, Cham Krasna, and our chief business, our CFO as well, our chief marketing and communication, our deputy COO for real estate and property development, our chief legal and compliance officer. So we're very proud to have about 70% of executive women C-level are women in our company. Out of the whole group, out of 40, because Soma Group is structured as quite a holding. So Soma Group manages 5 different divisions, which are agriculture, infrastructure, energy, clean water, education, focusing on health sciences and technology, trading, real estate and hospitality. So in these 5 divisions, we have the holding Soma Group, which is supporting all of the 5 divisions and all the companies within each of these divisions. So at the group level, we are about 18 women out of 40, which represents 45% of the staff composition. So we are very proud to encourage and to lead by role modeling other women and other young women to access to C-level positions. Our vision is to inspire and drive positive impact in society through sustainable solutions. And Soma Group as a whole is committed to grow as a leader in strategic industries through the production of world-class products and services. And also we would like to develop all of the business partnership with integrity and the shared value. It's very important for us to contribute to the economic and social prosperity for Cambodia and also for the future generations of Cambodia. So how do we do that? We, during our shared value, we have a program called Soma Initiative. And in that Soma Initiative, we focus on a lot of community impact engagement, where we engage with the community in different provinces, either with children, where we provide health education, clean water access, or we support the elders, and we provide also like relief support to women and the elders. Our goal is to really put Cambodia back on the map. We have been engaging with a lot of different companies from Thailand or from Japan. And we are able to do that because we have put a great emphasis in our financial and tax compliance. And we also emphasize on the financial and economic sustainability of our businesses. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive and to continue during a time of crisis and pandemic and disruption. So our overall business have been very impacted also by COVID, especially with the cancellation of contracts, with the interruption of the closing of the borders, and a lot of disruption for our companies to work face to face. This is our 5 divisions that I was mentioning to you earlier. Soma Farm is really focusing on agriculture. So we work on the production of eggs and coconut products, as well as orchid flowers. Amega Farm, which is up north, is focusing on high precision agriculture. We have a concession land of over 8,000 hectares, and we have a preserved protected area of 1,774 hectares. What we want to be a part of, because Cambodia itself is a very small country, and it's important that we stay relevant within ASEAN region, but also in the world. So it's important to connect. So we are connected through agriculture in the value chain at the regional level for CP, which is our partner. And we are planting corn, green beans, cassava, soybeans. And of course, we have to overcome all the challenges that are due to climate change and water issues but we also had to do a lot of soil improvement, and also we just have to tackle a lot of enforcing weather. We need to invest a lot on irrigation system, which is very key to agriculture. In infrastructure, we focus more on future energies. We have a solar plant. Last year, we finalized 1.5 megawatt, but this year we're hoping to finalize the 5 megawatt of the solar plant. We also have Soma Cobalto water supply, which is a joint venture with Cobalto water supply from Japan, where we provide clean water to households in Kordak and 𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. This is headed by Bong Boon Hock. Our Cambodia power transmission line is a business up north covering 5 provinces where we transmit electricity to the provinces importing from Thailand. In education, like I said, we have about 2,200 students in health sciences and in technology, nurses, dentistry, doctors, mental health, and also for technology on software development, designer, and also other programs like GIS. We're very proud to have been inaugurating our digital library online. So the distance learning has not been disrupted, and everyone has been able to follow their courses online. So we are very proud to be leading that. Also for trading, it's focusing more on fast-moving consumer goods. And sorry, I lost fast-moving consumer goods. So mainly focusing on import-export of products from the region and also from France in, like snacks and coffee from our coffee. The last one, which is our last division, is the real estate and property development. We are building a hotel on the riverside, and this is part of the enhancement and the beautification of the riverside area. What I want to highlight from all these divisions and all of the women working in our company is that we want to inspire other women and other young women to think that everything is achievable. You can be a C-level by developing your own skills and by being confident, by learning, and by having a pluridisciplinary approach. Don't put yourself in a box where you think you can just focus on banking, or you can only focus on finance, or you can just focus on being an entrepreneur, or working in just supply chain. I'm just making up some but don't put yourself in one box. You can have a pluridisciplinary approach. What I mean by that is that you're smart, you're very strong, and you can switch from one field to the other. When we have a meeting in one day, we can switch from eggs discussion to the coconut production for the bottling, or we can also switch to solar and education topics. So your brain is very, very, very has a lot of possibilities for you, and do not put yourself in a box. So have the confidence and the strength that you can develop that, all these possibilities for you. On the business impact for COVID-19 pandemic, of course, it has been slowing down our activities, especially for agriculture, where all of our team is on the ground and we have to go and visit and still support them. For the construction, all of the many contracts, probably 80% of the contracts have been canceled or postponed. And it's just been very difficult to manage, but we are very proud that in 2020, for last year, our overall business was very resilient, and we were able to achieve probably, we were just about 16% down from 2019. So we were very pleased with the result and the resiliencies of our team, and we're very thankful for that. Of course, importantly for yourself and for everyone is the mental health, that COVID-19 has been putting a lot of pressure, because you have to switch online. All of your habit from every day has disrupted. You need to switch online. The schools are closed. All of your children are home. They are like right there trying to come in the room, and you're trying to do your Zoom. So it's very important to be able to adapt and to switch, but together, and by putting a lot of digital tools online. For example, we're using Odoo for approval, for our leave requests, for contacting each other or for following up projects. We also, of course, have the checking with the QR code and the temperature check. And so all of these have, of course, participated to the decrease of expense, but and also it also pushed us to work as a team, but in a different manner, like to stay connected more online. So, but we are very pleased for that, and we want to be part of, to do more for the community, for the young generation, to represent a role model, and to have to engage more in talks and in workshop in the future, to also share our experience, because it's important to share that experience and learn from each other. So thank you again for having me today, and that's all for me. Again, I'm the Chief Business Development Officer at Soma Group, and I wish you a very happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much, Mo. Thank you for the very insightful presentation.
May I respond to the last question? Just that question on the reaction. Thank you for your question, Leanne. Basically, our team, including our CEO, Ms. Cham Krasna, we are a very young team. And our CEO and all of our C-level, including myself and, Marina and Tin, and also, Kalyan, we're all very young. So when we engage with, for example, our partners from abroad, and they come, they're older than us and mainly men. So when we meet them, they also look at us and say, "Oh, where's the CEO?" We're like, "No, this is it. This is our team." So they find ourselves. It's very unsettling, but for them, especially, not for us. For us, we take it with humor, but so basically we take it with a sense of humor. But also when we manage our interlocutor from Japan or Thailand, which are all men and often more older than us, we just try our best to stay very confident and to show them that we are capable, such as any other man, and we show that with our experience and with our work, how we deal and how we respond with them. Of course, we have other men in our team, so our men are also in the meeting with us, so we can have an approach that's together. And I don't want to diminish the role of men. Of course, it's not because we have 70% of women at C-level who are women that I want to emphasize that this is possible because we have the support from our father, from our husband, from our colleagues, who believe and respect us as women and for our capabilities, our experience, and our, intelligence. And we respect each other. And this has been, this is key. We are at this position because we deserve it, because we have the skills for it. It's a meritocratic approach. And so so I thank my colleague. I would like to also thank my colleagues and also my husband and everyone, all of the support network, for believing in us and allowing us to be, ourselves and to show and to shine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mo. So we reached a roundtable discussion, so feel free for our speakers to share your ideas and thought around these questions.
Okay, Ratana, I saw one question from my side in the chat. Can I respond right now?
Sure, Mom, please.
Okay, so I saw Ms. Sapani. She asked me about the microloan and mini grant project that I have been present earlier. So for VAC right now, to respond again about the COVID-19, so VAC have designed two projects. Is one about the mini grant. So mini grant is a grant that is supported by VAC. We work through the partner. So so our partner will take care of the grant, and the grant is provide a small grant that can support those women entrepreneurs who are impact from the COVID-19, and then they can take that grant to make their business sustainable. Yeah, and for the mini grant, for the micro loan, yeah, right now we're working with some MFI that we just the one that stand as the facilitator to find the best microfinance that can provide is the lower rate. Example like normally the MFI might provide the rate around 1.7 per month. So then when we work with those MFI, the rate is gonna go down around 1.3, something like that. So this one is yeah, and but right now it's just a design state. We are in the process, so after we done it, we're gonna release in the public. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will ask a few questions from the audience that I have received. So example, we have questions. This is I think referring to everyone. I mean, to all the speakers, do you consider how to create jobs for women in the province? I think if one of our speakers would like to share and answer these questions, because as mentioned, because some women they are not able to come to Phnom Penh and have access to all of the opportunities here. So how do you bring and create jobs for them in the provinces? Anyone would like to answer these questions?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Yes, Bong. So we have a question asking how do we bring jobs and opportunities for women who are living in the provinces?
If I may, for Soma Group, we have different locations in Kampot, Siem Reap, Battambang, also in Kampong Thom, in Bati. So because we are in different locations and not only in Phnom Penh, we integrate a lot of, we try to have a workforce that's in the rural area as well. And that's how we can integrate women. Yes, mainly.
Thank you.
All right, so I also would like to join this one. So as the VA project is run by 7 different areas like the Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, Battambang, Kampong Cham, Kampot, and Kaip and Seno. So this one, if actually if you're facing to create lost the job, you can flexible to create opportunity. Example like to build your capacity through the VA program. And then you also find the relevant opportunity that can create establish the business during that after you got some like training on the business skill or something like that. So this one also the chance that you switch yourself from the working from someone else to be the entrepreneur in the future. So thank you. So encourage if you are in those areas, so you can reach out to VX projects. Thank you.
I'm Monique from Coca. I'm Monique from Coca. I also would like to brief a little bit on what we have Coca have done to improve women empowerment or women entrepreneurship in the rural. As I present earlier, maybe I have the English barrier, that is why the presentation is not detailed on that. But I could say that Coca-Cola have we call it Coca-Cola distributor model. It means this model is applied for rural, female and rural only, that we give them the startup business to run the sell the product, and we give them also with the salary. It means that give them the product. When they order the place the second order, they need to pay the first order. And we also create warehouse, small warehouse for them that can support and supply the product in the village. And through this model, we not only support the women entrepreneurship there, but also create job in the village as well. Based on our research, we can create for another job from this model. So this model is one to find the women that have entrepreneurship mindset and give them the business operation. That business is a whole business, but we give them the startup, also the startup, and give her also the salary. That is the model that Coca-Cola do it, and right now we have over 200 female entrepreneurship at rural, and this be focus the countrywide, not only the Battambang or Siem Reap, but 25 provinces. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, everyone. So, may I please have questions from my colleague, actually, from these to your levels, especially within the real estate sector. Hello, Kunthea. Hello, Kunthea. We have a question for you. Are you still with us? Okay, I think we might.
It's me. You calling me like sorry.
Okay, no, so because we have a question actually from my colleagues. So how did you reach your levels of success given the sector's gender gap, especially when you are in the real estate sector?
I think for my
Can you hear me, right?
Can you repeat the questions again? I really not get it well. Sorry. Maybe connection here is not.
So you want me to repeat the questions? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so how did you reach your level given the sector's gender gap, especially?
Okay, honestly, the connection is not really good that I cannot hear your question well, but I think someone put the question in the group. I think for the next generation about the female that we can dedicate or develop their skill and how we can encourage the young the women to work well in the business, in the workplace. So we should motivate them to learn and challenge themselves what they are focused and what they're going to do. So so the challenges should
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, so there's an issue of the internet connection. Can you hear us, or is it not? Okay, I might proceed. I might proceed to the next question to have this ongoing. So so again to everyone's. 1 second, because we have some questions that I would like to ask. So I have questions to everyone. So to our speaker, actually, what advice would you give to the next generation of female leaders? I think you can give just one advice from yourself. How would they and how should they prepare themselves for the futures?
If I may, this is Nary from Soma Group. Yesterday, I was part of another panel, and one of the persons said that there are two types of women. She was saying, as mentors, there's like this type of women that are very encouraging and take the mentorship approach. And you have the other type of woman who is very tough on the other woman because they also went through difficulties themselves growing up or in their experience. So I would say that for me, the most important is you could be either or, but the most important is that you keep in mind that we are all connected and that during pandemic or no pandemic, it's really important that people keep being solidar. Like that solidarity and unity are very key to that. So I would say that women need to help each other, not only the team as a, we need, of course, to help our entire team, but we need to support each other. Oftentimes, I see women try to crush other women, or, because of ego, you try to be better than the other. But this is not about yourself. It's about, the impact you want to make and also your sense of purpose. So first of all, I would say to the younger generation, please find your sense of purpose. What is the passion or what makes you thrill? What do you want to impact your society? What do you want to do that makes you feel alive, and what makes you feel like vibrate positively? And then once you have your support network, how are you going to achieve it? You have your support network. Of course, you have women, you have males, and how are you going to work with your woman network? How are you going to encourage and support each other for you to achieve your dream, but also for them to achieve their dreams? So my advice would be, please keep helping each other. Don't try to crush each other for ego. This is not the goal. The goal is for you to achieve your sense of purpose, and it's beyond yourself. So I think it's a bit metaphorical, but I hope you get my message.
Yes. Thank you. Is there any other opinions from our speakers?
Okay, I'm Sreytouch from the Pact Cambodia. So I really support Nary from the Soma group. Yeah, it really is like that, because first of if we are the new generation, so sometimes people don't know how to set their goal. But if they know how to set their goal, it probably is good to move forward along with the goal. But it's sometimes they don't know how to set the goal. Just remember one thing: if you are right now in what location, in where, and what you are doing, just be focused and enjoy what you are doing and doing the best. So example, would like to say, some people working for other company and other people, they just come to join the staff up to get the salary. It's not for their career development. So this one is a bit different. If they just come for the salary, they cannot get any improve. So you will your mind will be to gain like ego like the Bonari said earlier. So if you want to come as to be the develop yourself in the future, so you just come in and then you work your best, try the best to work it, and to understand about the company value, mission and vision, what they want you to do, what the company going, what the company mission. So if you understand well, you can probably adapt it. And also I like the word respect to the contact. So this one is really important when you work for other company or other people. So this one, if you don't know about the culture of the company, so you cannot probably adapt it well. So so my last recommendation, so enjoy what you are doing right now, and then try to improve and look around for who is the like a kind of role model for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other opinions or any recommendations?
Hello all. I also would like to share a bit regarding my experience in the past. Especially I know only accounting skill in the past 10 years. My personality is introvert, and real estate is very new to me. So why I move to this stage? Why I change? So keep adding your knowledge to you. So study never end. People say that lady don't need to study, lady don't need to learn, but this word is not happen in 2020 and 2021. So keep adding your knowledge and learning from everyone around you, from book and from your experience. People always blame themselves when they do something wrong. They always say that, oh, I should not do this, I should not do that. But you should not blame yourself. You should happy and accept that, because this is life. When you act any mistake, you should appreciate it, because you learn from it. I just need to avoid not to get it happen in the future. So when you keep learning, when you appreciate for people around you, so yep, that's the foundation for you to grow. And also you need to be honest. You need to be kind of people that money cannot buy you. So do everything follow your heart, do everything follow your mind. So don't worry to speak it out for anything that you think it's right. Confident, so don't keep it into your heart, because keeping is not good. You need to share, even though your bad experience or good experience, so people around you can learn from it. So offer your good heart to everyone around you. So that's what I always do in my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bong. So I think I'll point out one last question from the charts, and then we'll move on to the breakout room. So given the current circumstances of COVID-19, and also everyone have already discussed about how it has even impacted your company and businesses. So I mean, how did it impact you, and what are the advice that you can give to women, especially you know that most women are also having to while working at the same time, and also have to being also in the principle of caretaker of the entire family. So how would you give advice to all the women out there who are struggling during this COVID time? Do you have anyone who would like to share on this?
Sure, I can take. I can share. This is Nary again. I just want to highlight that this panel is very important to highlight the possibility that you have as a woman, but we need to be also aware that we are very, very privileged in our position. We are very privileged to be healthy. We are privileged for our economic and financial situation, for our friends, for our support network, for our children, for everything. And you need to be grateful for what you are, because of course, the pandemic has highlighted a lot of inequalities between groups, and most of the women are impacted because when the schools are closed, they have to take care of their children. They cannot go to work. Most of the women don't have the support network to take care of, to have someone take care of their children. So how my advice to them, I know it's just very difficult to give an advice to the women who are out there and not being able to work because they have to take care of their children. What I would like to say, it goes back to my previous message, is that you need to help each other. If you see that you can connect to an NGO, or if you see that you can yourself be in fact impactful in the community, offer help. I know that Agence Française de Développement, for example, the French development agency, is creating like child centers, child care centers for women working in the garment industry. So these are like initiatives that are very, very helpful, and I'm sure other NGOs are also doing that. So my advice is to keep united and being keep this solidarity between us, and also to reach out to other women who needs it, other women who are not as privileged as us, and make sure that we don't forget them. And maybe your commitment this year would be to involve with one of these organization or community-based organization to involve yourself and to help them. That's all.
Thank you, Bong, for sharing your thoughts. So, have any others opinion on these questions, or can move on to the next agenda?
I have listener. I want to say about the COVID happen, how we for delicate to the women, how we can go through the challenge during the COVID time. As we understand, it's a very struggle and impacts everywhere, especially in some industry. So to be the best, we should mentor ourselves to healthy, because if the mind is not going to work well, we really struggle and many stressful. So firstly, I would recommend we should mentor ourselves and to keep healthier. And the second, what we should to work out to be better. Example, if we work in the organization or any places, so we think to work out our plan. If the plan A not work, we should be go through around plan B or C to see how it is. So that we think that we should never give up, because we always have when the problem happen, we always have the solution. So always be positive what we are doing, and try to work the best, and always focus what we are going and focus on. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Roundtable discussion here, and then we'll move on to the last agenda to spread to a separate room of this discussion. We have.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to Breakout Room 1. which will be discussing our topic, creating your page, building self-confidence. So I'm Sudani. I am very delighted to be your coordinator of this sessions. I am an event and membership officer at EuroCham Cambodia. So good morning. To begin with, I would like to remind everyone to stick to our rules in order to keep our breakout room sessions going very smoothly. First of all, please keep yourself muted all the time during other speakers are speaking. You may also unmute yourself and speak if you have any question to address directly to the speaker. But in order to do that and to avoid any confusion with other speakers, we also advise that you will just notify us before you unmute yourself and speak. And since this is a very interactive sessions, we are created in order to make you interact closely with our speakers and moderator. Please do not hesitate to leave your comments or leave your question in the chat box or ask directly to our speakers. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our speakers and moderator today. So we are very delighted and happy to have on board our beautiful two women. First of all is our moderator, Ms. Nary, who is the Chief Business Development Officer at Soma Group. So she will be our moderator for this session, and followed by our speaker, Ms. Amonich, who is the Public Affairs, Communication, and Sustainability Manager at Coca-Cola Cambodia. So during these sessions, you are able to throw out the question to our speaker. So, Nary, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me in this breakout session. I'm happy to take any question for this, but what I want to say, when you're making your pitch and you show your confidence, first of all, because you need to start with the big picture. Oftentimes, I see that when someone is pitching, they're just looking at their own little problem. It's like a very small problem they're trying to solve, or a very small business solution they're trying to provide. They need to see at the big picture. How is this small business idea, or how is this small problem that they're trying to solve is linked to the bigger picture? What I mean by that is, how is it related to the regional issue or to the world and the global needs? As an example, this pandemic just showed us how vulnerable each of us was, and how, sorry, Bopani, can you put your mute? Thank you. It just showed us that how vulnerable we were and how interconnected we were from each other, because when they closed the border, immediately we could see that we were not receiving our products. We were afraid that we were not being able to get, I don't know, the food from Europe, the milk from Australia. So because all of our products in Cambodia are mainly imported, even our electricity, we just noticed that we were so vulnerable. So how is the problem we're trying to solve is connected to that, and how you're trying to solve it. This is one very important aspect. Of course, when you make it relevant to the world, it's easier for you to pitch because you will need to have, you know, it's like a package. When you pitch your idea, and it shows that you are connected, that you know what's going on around the world. Even if you talk about agriculture, you need to relate it to what's going on in agriculture in the region and also in the world, because that's how you're going to develop your packaging, for example. So if you want to make a sustainable and green packaging, you're going to use less plastic. You're going to use a packaging that's made of recycled paper. So you want to be able to connect to the relevant issues and to the global issues. Another thing is, when you decide to have this in place, you need to look at the potential size for your market. Of course, Cambodia is a small market, but you can start with the size, the geographic size. So you can look at Phnom Penh, but you can also look at which provinces you're going to develop it next. So you will establish your priority geographic size, and then, you know, your market and segments. You work closely with your marketing team to develop your strategic marketing plan. And of course, when you develop that, you find your strategic partners. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want to have different partners. It's better to work in teams because you don't have all of the science infused. So it's better to work with different partners in the, technical engineers, especially women, just kidding, and consultants, and learn from each other, respect each other, build your product. And once you have that, you have to work out, of course, the license and the legal work. You have to look at the investment requirements, your equity, the debt. Are you going to work with the development agencies for grants, and take into consideration the logistics, how that fit in the value chain? Do you control the full value chain, or are you just part of it? And of course, the quality testing is very important to measure. So that would be my my pitch on that. It's just not one little thing and you forget the whole picture. Just connect it to the region, regional issue, to the context. Just connect it to the world. Cambodia is just not one country that is just itself. There's other countries all around the world. And sometimes when I talk to my fellow Cambodians, I feel like they're just looking at Cambodia itself. They forget about the rest of the world. No, it's not just Cambodia. It's Cambodia and the world. And how do you fit in that world? And how do you stay relevant in that world? So when you pitch yourself as a Cambodian to the world, and please make sure you connect yourself with different partners in Cambodia and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bong Nary. So, Bong Amonich, you may take the floor.
Yes, when I listen to Bong Nary, my piece is a little bit different from Bong because I'm as employee. So my pitch and my confidence is also in the working environment. So before I sharing the experience on how I create a piece in the workplace and self-confidence in the workplace, I would like to let you introduce you about what I think on the self-confidence. Self-confidence is not the thing that we are born with, but it is the soft skill. For me, I think that it is the soft skill that we can make, we can learn, we can build and develop step by step, time by time. I do believe that everyone have different self-confidence, not have confidence every time, not everywhere, not everywhere. They have different. We have self-confidence have in different form. Like somebody have self-confidence on public speaking. For me, I'm not confident on public speaking. But why I have present today, I'm here today because I need to challenge it. My role is public affairs. So if I don't do the public speaking, it means that I failed some part of my career already. The public speaking is a part to push, to promote my career growth. So I need to challenge it. Yes, but I can say that I have self-confidence, high confidence on writing the letter in Khmer language. I can show off that I am the one who write thank you letter to SPM 𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗀 to appreciate and thank you him that he adopt the policy on electricity tariff reduction in the PPS economic zone, PPS zone, and that's cause we can earn 300K per year from the electricity. Okay. Before I create my pitch, I need to build self-confidence first. It means that self-confidence is create first, and then we build the pitch. It's time that we sell ourselves. So, first part, I would like to present, to share about how I build a self-confidence in ourselves, in our mindset, in our spirit first. It means self-confidence is kind of like a mentor that we commit in ourselves what we want. Yes, according to my research, and there is many philosophers who provide many ways, many methods to build a self-confidence. But what I will share you right now is the way that works for me. Firstly, we need to own our situation, meaning that the way we control how we feel about the failure, that a sense of responsibility on the failure. I mean that we need to accept it, and we don't blame to others, don't blame ourselves as well. We need to own that. Of course, a failure can happen caused by many factors, but please don't blame ourselves, don't blame others. Blaming just an excuse. Blaming can have nothing. So what we do, we need to commit ourselves. We can do it next time, and we can do it better and stronger and stronger. So how we become better and stronger? For me, I need to build the skill that I lack. Like I'm not good at public speaking. I don't escape it. I don't skip it. But I need to challenge it. So I need to prepare. I need to practice. And I already recognize that today I'm not doing good, but not mean next event I'm still not good. That is the commitment, and that commitment not only okay, I can do it, okay, I can do it, but the strong commitment is be stronger and stronger. Yes, that is the first point. And the second point is accept the imperfection. Nobody is perfect. Human always make a mistake. Human always have an error. So we need to acknowledge the mistake. When we make a mistake, for sure we can hurt for a while, but just for a short term only. When we have flow is made, when we make a mistake, the flow is made, flaws, 𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is made. So what we do? It's time to make a choice. We choose to leave it in past, forget it forever, or we choose to learn from that, what we learn from that. That it's time to make a choice. For me, I choose option 2. I need to learn from that. I need to learn from my flow, from my mistake to improve my future. So I review all the mistakes, I review my flow and remove it to develop my skill that I lack, and I practice. Here doesn't mean that we need, I mentioned that when we accept the failure, when we accept the imperfection, not me, and I say that we need to practice and build up skill. But not mean every skill we need to build. We need to prioritize the skill that serve us the long-term goal. Not every skill. For every skill for sure, but time to time. So the first prioritize is long-time skill that serve us long-time goal. Example that I always mentioned that I'm not good at speaking English, but I think that I do believe that I'm good at speaking in Khmer. But why today I not speak in Khmer? Because I want to challenge my leg, my flow. I want to improve it. Thirdly, is set up a goal. It means that we have commitment to make it better, to make it stronger, accept the imperfection, develop the flaw. But if we don't set goal, it means nothing. So we need to set goal, like I said earlier. So set goal here means we can start from the small project, from the small goal that make us easy to achieve, make us easy to prepare to achieve it. The small goal will provide us a comfortable feeling, feel happy to achieve it. So when we used to achieve the small goal, small project, and then we go next to extend for bigger and bigger. This I would like to mention that please don't lose your time with only small goal. Don't forget your dream. Even now, the small goal just spin a bridge to reach our big dream only. So please don't forget the big dream. When we have achieved the small goal, please extend it to bigger and bigger and bigger, and then achieve our dream. That is the step for the fourth point. Manage environment. Managing environment here, I would like to, I refer to the manage people, manage work, and manage how we look like Nary today. She dress up and make up that full like confident girl. But for me, I'm not at that stage yet because I think that this is in the camera. But Nary is our role model. See, I think that I never know her. Just today, I know her today, but I think that she looked very confident on that, based on the way I look to her. Yeah, I mentioned about many people. So here in summary, please stay much as you can with the positive people. Don't avoid to stay with negative people. Please stay with positive people. For managing the work, please spend time and focus on work progress, not really work that routine. So please try something new, not the routine today. Yesterday I do that work, today I also do that work. I think this is not the growth behavior, so please try something new. Yes, that progress. And for managing the way we look, I also give example like Nary look today. Yeah, that is for build self-confidence. After we have self-confidence, we need to create peace. In I identify the peace here. It means it's the space, the group that we need to sell ourselves. It means that when we have self-confidence and we don't show to others that we have confidence is nothing. So we need to show them to recognize, to accept how confident I am. So here I identify in two group people because I'm an employee, but I'm in the capability level. So identify two group. One level is our country level and capability level and down level. And the group two is my subordinate. I have also subordinate, so I need to sell my confidence to this group. So for the group one, country level and other, that is not my subordinate, I apply growth behavior. So there are many strategic and method that develop the growth behavior, so we can search on that. But what I always tell myself and I remember the most, I ask myself, I bring both solution, problem and solution. I tell myself that I must act like advisor, not just reporter. That is what I always tell myself. And that is the one point of the growth behavior. And for the second, for the group one as well, I keep say that engage them by relatable concern. It means when we have the meeting, when they have the support, sometimes I cannot answer the support or provide solution for them immediately, but I always raise my concern, that my concern always relate to the topic they are talking about. And I recognize sometimes our brand not reflect on the concern. So we need time to learn step by step, and sometimes we need to understand the fact that we can raise the relatable question. And I'm the one is not good at reflection, but I'm the one who always prepare. So if I know the topic first, I will prepare what can as I can, so we can manage the situation that at that time. So we just raise the value concern. That's it for it. Yeah. So the third is explain to the country level. That is not my subordinate. What we do, the question is what, how, when, where, and why. That's always that question that we need. So explain them and communicate them about achievement of what we have done. The communication is the key success to sell ourselves. If we do in good, but if we don't communicate, I think it's nothing. For me, I think that. So to back to the group 2 that I need to sell to our subordinate. Here, I apply the leadership strategy. In the Coca-Cola, we have many course, many training and program on to build the leadership. So I apply that, but on top on that, I always have I explain them and I brief them, set the clear goal, communicate them the direction, how, when, where, and what I expect from that. From them. That is the on top the leadership method. And I also have always backup. And one more point that I don't know it is the negative or positive, but I always make myself that I can do their work while or when they miss or they absent. It means that if they leave me, I fail. No, I can replace their work anytime. That is, but this is sound negative, but it is the reality in the workplace. That's all from me. That is the experience that I build the self-confidence and create a peace in the workplace.
Thank you, On, for the compliment. You also look great and professional. So we, on the, I agree, and congratulations for everyone to be here today and to discuss on this topic, and congratulations on for all the work you're doing in your company and with all of your peer, all of your colleagues. And I also agree that, if I had also on a more personal level, because I did the pitch on the more professional level earlier, but if I had to give 3 advice, I would say keep on to the youth and to other women is to build your expertise. Don't forget to build your expertise. You are like you're uploading, you're like a how you call it? A USB key. So see your brain as a USB key where you're uploading data every day. So don't forget to upload your data every day and to keep on building your expertise. It's not, like I said earlier, you don't have to be stuck in one box. You can also learn about every other field like agriculture. It can be education. I was a banker before for 15 years. I never thought I would be working in the agriculture field one day or energy field. So, things happen and it's great. I'm really excited about it. So just expand your mind and upload data every day. So keep on building your expertise. You can commit to read the news every day, not only Khmer Times and Phnom Penh Post, but you need to learn and to read international news, from newspaper that are recognized, like New York Times. If you want to have the US Post, the South China Morning Post, you can read the BBC News or the FT. Just read a newspaper and commit to read at least 2 articles every day. You can also commit to get online, COVID time, just get online, stop watching Netflix, go online and learn courses. There's a lot of platform online like EduX, if you want like MIT and Harvard courses, but you also have the other one, like you have so many platforms that are free and you can have access to many courses, Coursera, for example. So that would be build your expertise, continue to upload your data every day, be results oriented. So keep on to put your heads down and work hard, because women have to work twice as hard as men to get recognition, unfortunately, because it's, women have to prove themselves more than men. So my second advice would be to be result oriented. Show what you can do and put it on paper. Like, this is what I achieved, 30% over last year in net profit. This is what I achieved. I developed 5 new businesses. You know, you need to track your record. So track record of what you can achieve and keep your head down. So keep focused and work, hard work. The third one would be your reputation. You know, you have to build your reputation with your track record and with your expertise. And that's, you know, your reputation is how you that's how you build your self-confidence, but that's because you have high standards for yourself. So you set high standards for yourself. To have high standard for yourself, you need to have a lot of self-love. You cannot have self-confidence if you don't have self-love. So love yourself, despite, you know, your history, your family history, anything that happens. You know, Cambodians have a lot of post-war trauma and a lot of, you know, Khmer Rouge legacy that you need to get over it. So this is the new generation. This is us. This is our time. We're not living in the war. We are post-war kids. So I would say, you know, get over that and build your self-love. You know, you are here for a reason. You have a purpose. So love yourself and build your confidence. And then you can build your reputation. Once you have your reputation, that's when, you know, you can be confident. You can share your experience with others. Probably, you know, you didn't know me before because I was busy building my expertise and I was building hardworking and building my track record to be able to share one day with everyone else. So those are my personal texts.
Thank you very much, Nary, for the very insightful remarks. And I think it's also a very beautiful advices from both of our speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, just feel free to unmute yourself and ask the question to our speakers. And along the process, I would also want to ask one very simple question. So I think that most university student or the first-line employee who just started to work, especially for women, can relate on this. I think that oftentimes, like women, after we receive a lot of pressure from society. Sometimes we work in the field that we are not very interested in, so that we feel so lost. Or sometimes for university students that they choose the wrong major from what they like, and then they feel lost along the process. So what are the advices would you give to our women who are lost along the process, who feel like they're not doing something that is recognized by workplace, who feel like they're not doing something that they really like for their lifetime? Nary.
So you're talking about the youth in the universities?
It can be women or youth in university, or our like people who just started to work and that they don't feel like they like their job, but at the end of at the same time they don't feel confident enough to change their workplace from one place to another because they feel like they're gonna like lose the job or whatever. So to people who are lost at the moment, especially for women in the workplace, they're not recognized, what advices would you give to them in order to feel more confident about themselves?
Yes, I would say that it's true that the culture in Cambodia and also from our parents could be very heavy on women. So the first advice would be to be courageous. Be courageous to be yourself and to show your true self, because your parents have had their experience and you have your own experience. So if you want to build a different experience and a different legacy, you have to be yourself. What are your aspirations? What is your purpose? And once you have that courage, you know, women are very courageous. They just don't dare to do it. They sometimes they just don't dare to make mistakes or to fail. Actually, don't be afraid to fail, because I know a lot of women, and I also had my own failures. I try, you try again. And if you fail, it's okay. You can just learn from it. You learn from it, you stand up, and then you try another thing. It's fine. It's totally fine. And you're young, you know, you can experience, it's called experience, life experience. So you can fall and pick up yourself and try again, you know, maybe something, you know, something else. It could be a different field, you know, you always had an interest in, but you never tried or dared to try. you know, try to find a mentor. So I know in Cambodia, we don't dare to look for mentors, and we don't have many mentors because of our legacy with war. We're missing one generation, probably my generation, like 40 plus, either abroad, living abroad, or either who passed away during the war. So we're missing a lot of mentors, but trust me, there's a lot of mentors in Cambodia. There's a lot of women mentors who are managerial, who are professionals, who work in the development field, who are entrepreneurs. There are a lot of mentors you can ask advice to. But to ask advice, you need to be confident that, you know, you have to take that courage and make that first step to go towards others and to ask the question. So that puts you in a humble place where you know your weakness, you know you need advice and you need to connect, but just do it. What's the harm for it, right? So just connect and then ask advice to each other, and that's part of your support network. So once you have your support network, it's easier for you to move. Don't stay isolated. Don't stay alone in your room with your mask. Just kidding. But you know what I mean. It's you need to connect to others and ask questions and be curious. You know, be curious. Inform yourself not just on Facebook, but get some real news. What's going on around the world? What can you learn? How can you be inspired? And I tell you, in Cambodia, there's a lot of inspiring women you can ask questions to.
Sure. Thank you, Bong. How about Bong Manet? Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, I agree with Bong Nary, and on top Bong Nary idea. First thing I will ask, it is the attitude issue, working environment issue, or what? So the answer is based on those questions. Sometimes why we need to ask why the company don't recognize her. So sometimes it's because of attitude issue that Bong Nary have developed a lot on that, and sometimes it's about the working environment. So if it is because of the attitude issue, I think we need to research and follow the growth behavior that I already mentioned earlier, because we have many we call 7 habits of growth behavior. So we can learn from that, we can apply that, and then when we apply those growth behavior and still someone not accept her, not recognize her, I think it because of working environment issue. It called that we not yet create a pitch to sell us in the company. So for me, in the leadership level, that capability level, I don't know how to speak in English. It means I will treat them like I want them to treat me. So if the company want to treat me like this, I want company to treat me like this, I also want to treat them like that. But sometimes some of them don't want that. They want us treat them like what they want. It is different people on that. So I think this we need, I cannot answer you right now, but we need to review the leadership in the working place, and we also need to review the attitude of that woman. That is my conclusion on that.
Thank you, Bong. So I will also give the floor to our participant. Feel free to unmute yourself and also give comments regarding the questions if you have any comments. So feel free to leave the question there. Our participant, do you have any questions at the moment? Okay, so if no questions, I think I want to go to another question. Sorry, I'm asking a lot. So I'm just a bit curious regarding self-confidence. I think not only for women, I will just want to address to the specific group of people who is like introverts. So I have a lot of friends who are very introverted. They do not really like to speak. They do not really like to network. They do not really want to join anybody in the society. And especially like Nary mentions, it's good that you seek for your mentor. But for introverted people, they do not even socialize with other people. So for this specific group of people, what kind of advice would you like to give to them to actually being more proactive or to reach out to more people in the society?
Thank you for your question. You know, it's all about, you know, if you don't help yourself, no one else will help you. So if you want to be successful and you're an introvert, you will have to step out of your comfort zone somehow and reach out to others. Somehow you have to get over that, you know, because we live in a society, we don't live in the forest alone. So we have to connect and we need to be able to develop our social skills. In Cambodia, a lot of the soft skills is missing. We lack soft skills, you know, which is like communication, interpersonal skills, how we relate to others, the empathy, and also, yeah, the soft skills is definitely missing, but we need to work on that because if you want to develop your trade, you know, if you want to start importing, exporting, if you want to develop your business, you have to connect with people, you have to sell, you have to be able to know your product, you have to be an expert, you have to build your track record, you need to work in team. So you need to be a team worker. You need to be, so somehow you will have to step out of your comfort zone unless you work in the IT field and you're a programmer and then you work online every day across your screen and you just chat, that's fine. And even that, you need to develop your relationship skills, but online. So somehow you can't avoid it, you know, so sorry to say for introvert, but you need to step out of your comfort zone and connect.
True, thank you. Okay, so I think the question from Ms. Bopani is also very relevant to what I asked at the moment. So she want to ask like how to overcome disconfidence during this pandemic time. So what would be the best way to advise our team?
It's true that during the pandemic time, you know, we all have so many questions in our head and we feel so worried and we have a lot of anxiety. I would say that, you know, please take care of yourself for your mental health. You need somehow to find something to do at home. It could be meditation, it could be yoga, you know, there's a lot of, could be sports at home, you know, you can find 1 hour per day or maybe half an hour per day for yourself. You isolate yourself in the room, you take your kids, if you have children, you put them away, your cats, your animals, you put them all away, you close yourself, and you find that half an hour or 1 hour per day for your mental health, for yourself, for your well-being. So basically it could be a YouTube channel, you know, there's a lot of YouTube channel with relaxation, meditation, something to make you feel good. And also you could read or you can write, you can draw, you can paint, you know, try to find something relaxing and creative. And this is, your mental health will help you build your confidence, but also feel at peace with yourself and manage this time of panic, of crisis. But, you know, it will end, you know, we have vaccines around, there's so many vaccines out now. So in Cambodia, we have the one from Britain and the other one from China. But soon, you know, in other countries, they already started to vaccinate. So somehow we will get out of the pandemic. We don't know when, but just keep the hope very high, you know, keep your energy high, and it will end and it'll be, so stay hopeful. Yes.
Thank you, Amonich, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just give you the in reality that I practice in in my team. As you know, everyone get affected from the COVID-19 pandemic. So what some of us get work from home, and some our activity is postponed, is delayed, and some is canceled, totally canceled. So what I talk to my team and manage my team, you please reconsider, redirect our strategic, our activity that we can do during the pandemic. And like example, even 50 Fed is very serious for us. So today only me who come to office to use the company internet because the high speed, but for all my team is work from home. And I told them that it is the good time. If we talk in Khmer, we can ក្នុងគ្រោះមានលៀប ក្នុងគ្រោះមានលៀប here I would like to talk about we have time to develop ourselves. So self-reflection, what you lack, what you want to improve, and right now you have time to improve it. We have time because we don't have much work anymore. Anyway, company don't reduce or deduct our benefit, don't reduce our salary, so we need to serve company as well. So I asked him to redirect the work that we can complete within a short period. Like example, one of my team work on the communication that we produce the video on our CSR, something like that. And back to the question, I really don't know what I give you the fact that I'm implementing within my team right now is answer or respond to Bong Bopani question, but I think it's time that we need to redirect the activity, and it is the time that we need to improve our leakage as well, because we have so much time more. That is from me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Bong Manek. So, speakers, we have another questions from Mr. or Ms. Alexandra Bazin, who want to ask the question that I just want to ask at the moment as well. So, he or she asked that, how do you recommend to find these female mentors? And would you both be interested in mentoring young female students from a French NGO who need help constructing their career plan? So just a moment, Bong Nary talked a lot about it's very important that we find a mentor. So the question is that where to find those mentors, and whether you both are interested in mentoring a young female student from a French NGO. Thank you.
Thank you, On, and thank you, Alexandra, for this question. Oftentimes you look abroad to find a mentor from the West, but as I said, you have a lot of local mentors available. They usually work from the development sectors, for example, in NGO, helping in the rural areas, and I'm sure some of them will be happy to work as mentor, but also from the corporate world and also the institutional work. So in the corporate world in Cambodia, we have Soma Group is one of the mid-level big corporate in Cambodia, but there's also other companies like GFI 𝗪cie or ISI Group and Chipmong and etc. And I'm sure a lot of, and even the banking system, I mean, there's over 100 banks in Cambodia and even more microfinance institution. And in all of these banking institutions, you have a lot of women leaders, managers and professionals who would be, I'm sure, happy to be mentors as well. And so it's a matter of reaching out to them, you know, during networking events, or also by email, direct contacts, or via LinkedIn. But yes, I'm also a mentor in various NGOs already. So I mentor young entrepreneurs to prepare their pitch for the Cambodian Japanese Center. It's mainly Cambodian entrepreneurs, and I also involved in another organization called Women in the City, where we also help to connect women and to provide mentoring. That will be one of our key points and inspiration to evolve the role and conditions in Cambodia. But of course, we would be happy I would be personally happy to support this French NGO and to provide some advice for these young students to construct their career plan. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Bong. How about Bong Manek? Do you have anything to add?
From here, I just learned today from Bong Nary as well but what I want to add, the mentor here. I think Nary also mentioned that we need to look the big picture and adopt the strategy on that. Yeah, that is what I can add on that. So first, before we can be a female mentor, we also start from the entry level, executive level, and then to leader level. But when we go to leader level, we can be a mentor as well. So from when we are at the leader level, it's a bit different from the front line, from the entry or the executive level, because we are at in the strategic level already. So what we do is look big picture and inspire others. So the issue is how we can inspire others, how we can mentor it. That is the issue. So for this, it depends on the situation, like I mentioned earlier. Yes, that is from me.
Okay, thank you so much for Amonich and Nary. So since we do not have any more questions from the audience, I would really like to close these sessions right now. Wait. Okay, so I would like to close this session right now, but before we close the sessions, I would like to remind everybody, and thank you so much for both speakers and moderator for sharing your very insightful remarks and your experiences and how you build your self-confidence, how to create your pitch. So everyone, you need to speak up, you need to reach out to mentor, you need to learn more new courses, you need to be more resource-oriented, and also you need to build your reputation after you build your confidences. So this session is very interactive. I thank you very much for all participants for joining us. Thank you also to by leaving the questions. Thank you very much to all speakers and also moderator for having this. And we hope that after these sessions, everybody will be braver, will be more interactive, will be able to show yourself more in the society. So thank you very much. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks, Thank
you.
The third C is the collateral. What are the guarantee or what are the property that borrower can give to the financial institution as a collateral to secure the loan. The fourth C is the character, not only the character of the borrower, but also the business model itself. I will explain into more detail in the next coming slides. And the last C is the capital. So basically, how much are you willing to invest in the project you are asking the bank to fund? So we were talking about this C. So which C that influence each loan component? We talked about loan component earlier, how much, for how long, and at what interest rate. So which C will impact each of these components? So when the borrower comes to the bank and ask for how much, like how much loan will the bank give me? How much million, how much thousand, how much 100,000, etc., etc. So from the bank perspective, the bank will look at 3 C's as the main items to really assess or to really think about how much the bank can really give certain borrower. So the first C is capacity. So what do we mean by capacity here? First, the bank will ask, does the borrower have a verifiable proof of income? For example, if you are the business owner, is there any invoices, receipts, or bank statement? Or if you are the salary earner, is there any salary payment that the borrower have as a proof of income or not, to assess the capacity. And in addition, do you already or do borrowers already have any other commitments that are reducing the income to pay the current loan? For example, you are asking for 100,000 US dollar loan. Of course, without any other debt, the bank may say yes, but if you already have something else, for example, you have motor loan, you have credit card, or you have any other loans attached to that already, or if you are the guarantor, sometimes if you are also the guarantor of any other loans, this can also impact the capacity of your borrowing. Secondly, when you ask the bank how much can the bank give you, they will also look at the collateral. Most of the commercial banks take hard title deed. We call it property hard title deed as the collateral. So what does that mean? It's mainly the fixed asset. The fixed asset that you have and you are willing to give to the bank as the security against the loan. And normally, this will be evaluated by either the bank's internal valuation team, or some banks, they hire external valuation team. For example, in the earlier session, we had CBRE in our room, in our session. So CBRE is also one of the property valuation companies that some banks also ask them to independently give the value of the collateral to the bank. This is to be sure that both bank and borrowers do not have too much say. Some borrower may say that my property was 1 million, why the bank only give me 500,000. So then we have the independent property valuation company to ensure that the price given is accurate and it's given by third party. Then the lastly about how much. So the bank, mostly they are also looking at the percentage of contribution. For example, I put a very simple one on buying a house. If you want to buy a house and you want the bank or financial institution to fund 100%, it is very rare that they really give the funding of 100%. Unless the collateral is extra or the capacity is super extra. But normally, if you are buying a certain home, at least 20 to 30% of personal contribution that borrower will have to put in to invest by themselves before getting loan from the bank to complete the purchase. And if you are expanding your business, you want to build extra warehouse, or you want to buy extra 10 cars, for example, worth again 100,000 or so, certain contribution by the borrower is something that the bank also look into asking the borrower to look or to consider putting money in. Next one is the word how long. Some customer really want very, very long tenors. Some customers only want short tenors. Some customers who want long tenor, most of them would want to free their monthly repayment at the minimum in order for them to enjoy life. They can spend more, less pressure, or they can save up for some other future projects. And then they don't really mind too much about the interest that they have to pay. because they think that the money that they take are earning more than what they have to pay. But some customers, they really mind about the interest that they have to pay back to the bank. So they said, no, I only want a very short tenor. Even home loan tenor, maximum banks can go to 20 years. Some customers still come to us and say that I only want 5 years. This is the max I want. But customer can say anything. I mean, from 1 year to 20 or 25 years, some bank can give up to 25 years. Customer can tell the bank how long, how many years they want to take loan from. But from the bank, before agreeing, before saying yes to any particular borrower, in terms of assessing how long, they will look into 3 C's. Again, capacity always come on top, because no matter what, how long the tenor will be, how short, how long, or how big, how small the amount will be, C, the capacity will always come on top, because only if you have capacity, enough capacity to prove, then you will have the ability to get loan. So C, capacity in here is to assess again the history of income consistency, future earning assessment. Here, it's not only talking about how much or the margin of business, or how much salary you earn on a monthly or on a yearly basis, but for how long here, capacity would refer more to history of income consistency. For example, you say that you want the loan to be for 10 years. So the bank will look into, like, in the past, how consistency of the income the business has generated. And also, for example, if you are the salary earner, how long have you started the job, etc. And then the bank will also look into future earning. Future earnings here means, for example, somebody who's already having a business of more than 5 years, and then we look at the prospect or the future of the business. It's quite stable, it's quite good, it's not seasonal, because some business are also seasonal, some are up, some are down, according to the influences of certain impact, internal or external of our country. So capacity here, the bank look into the history of income and also the future earning assessment. Then for how long, again, they look into the collateral as well. Collateral here, because as we all know, land, housing and all that lasts, especially land would last forever. Housing, of course, lasts for so long. But for example, if it is a car, if it is a motor, or if it is the equipment, life cycle of those collateral are not longer than 5 or 7 years maximum. That's why if you ask the bank for home loan or so, it can go up to 20 years. But if you ask for a motor loan or car loan or something, the maximum tenor or duration of the loan itself, of the car loan, is normally up to 7 years only. Why? It's because the life or the retained value of those collaterals do not last longer than the expected set period that the bank surveyed long ago already. Okay, and then the last C is about the conditions. Condition here is the business. They will assess like how long the business can last for, So for example, if it is a startup business, I take some real examples, a startup restaurant business, even before COVID time, certain banks will not go longer than 5 years because they have to ensure that the condition of the business is stable. But if it is a big chain of restaurant having been in the country for more than 10 years already, then the tenure can also be longer than 5 years. Also, the bank will also check about the suppliers and purchase agreement. For example, you are the franchisor of Amazon Coffee. Normally, the tenure of the contract is around 5 years, as what I have seen in the past. So to ask for the bank to support something for more than 10 years or even up to 20 years, it can be quite challenging. Why? Because the agreement of the business is only up to 5 years. We don't know whether after 5 years the agreement will be renewed or not, or if there is anything change in terms of margin, in terms of supply chains, etc., etc. So normally the tenor, the duration of the loan also rely on the agreement that you have signed, especially with the main supplier or the main purchaser in your business. Or for example, if you are the salary earner and then you sign only 3 years employment agreement or employment certificate with your employer, and then you ask for 20 years loan, so the bank will also tend to ensure that in the past, have you ever been renewed or not the contract, or the possibility of the company or the organizations that you are working for is in Cambodia for only this 3 years term, or they are here for so long. For example, in the particular case of all UN employees, United Nations employees, they only sign some of them sign 1 year, 2 years, or 3 year max employment agreement with the UN. But look at the UN in Cambodia. How long have they already been in this country? They've been here more than 10, some are more than 20 years. So it's like we all know that this is the type of contract that they sign with all the employees. So when they ask for home loan 20 years, why not? So these are some particular example about when you ask how long the bank will be able to give to any particular borrower. One last example about how long is also about the economy impact in your sector, in your business area, or also in your workplace that you work for. A very classic example of the COVID period now here, if you are an employee in the hospitality industry, or if you do something in the hospitality industry, asking for a long loan tenor from the bank can be quite challenging, because these are the situations that we've been facing. It doesn't mean that the bank wouldn't approve, but the bank will approve with kind of frequently renewed line, for example, to ensure that everything is okay, both bank and the customer. So the last part here is the interest rate. So the average interest rate in the bank in the last 5 years was 9.5%. If I can share from my own knowledge, 5 years ago, 9.5% average at the commercial bank level. But the good news is that it has been good news for the consumer, good news for the borrower. It's been decreasing. It's been decreasing since then. I think since I started working in the bank for 15 years now, I never saw the interest rate in the bank increase. It has always been decreasing gradually. It's because also the crowded marketplace. There are so many banks competing with each other. So from the bank business perspective, the margin has been decreasing. But the good news for the borrower is that they can really enjoy a lot in terms of getting lower interest from year to year. So now, if basically you want to know how much, at what interest rate the bank should be charging you. So normally the 2 C's that apply is the character. Character here is not whether you are introvert, you are extrovert, or you are a driver type of personality, or you are amiable or whatsoever. But here, the bank look into verifying whether or not you are the lower or low risk type of borrower. So what do we mean by low risk type of borrower? So bank always has certain measures or mathematic measures in place to calculate the income that the customer earn against the loan repayment capacity that they have to pay on a monthly basis. For example, you are earning $3,000 US per month net, and then you only have to pay the monthly loan of, say, 1,000 US dollar per month. So it's only 1/3 of your net income. So in this category, this can also be considered as a low risk borrower, factoring out all other commitments, loan commitments already. Still, you have so big income left, and then they look into credit history in the past as well. So each time that any company or any single borrower come to the bank will ask them to sign the consent form in order to check your credit history at the Credit Bureau of Cambodia. It's called in short CBC. So CBC stores all your credit history since the day that you start borrowing or even start inquiring, not having loan, but you started to inquire, you started to ask the bank for loan. So your record is also stored in the central point of CBC. So then they will look into the history. Have you been paid well, good enough, on time? So every bank has the obligation to report your monthly loan repayment character or loan repayment behavior onto the CBC. So if you are late, they will report late. If you are on time, they will report on time. If you used to have the loan default, meaning you never paid the bank back halfway through or even small little amount, everything is uploaded onto the CBC. So then the bank will also assess how many days you have been late, and how often. Of course, many of us sometimes travel overseas, sometimes travel abroad, and we also, I myself, even I work for the bank, I used to be late one day as well on my credit card because I spent too much when I was overseas and I couldn't return on time back to Cambodia to repay. So I was also late. But if it's like one of a lifetime, you are late, it's fine. And then you have enough reason to justify, it's fine. But if you are consistently late, and not only late for 1 or 2 days, but late for 1 week or more than 1 week, this really impacts severely your character, your credit history. And also, the bank will look into the procedure or proof of business or your personal income as well, how strong it is for the personal income borrower who have salary transfer through bank. This is also considered as a strong proof. And then for customer who also have verifiable proof of income through system or bank statement, this is also considered as low risk borrower with good character. And then last is the condition. So some business who are still poor, I would say poor in the structure or management or proof of record, etc. So the interest rate can be higher than the normal, than the stronger type of customers who have very good record of their business income or audited account, I would say, to the very best extent. And then the structure, the organization itself is strongly proven, then the interest rate can be low. Because these are considered as low risk and strong type of customer. And then also the bank will see whether the fund that the borrower use will or not in the purpose of growing the extra income. Well, some customers, they already have good income, so they borrow for other lifestyles. Of course, we don't criticize, we don't say no to any of those borrowers, but the interest rate can be considered differently. But if they are using the fund to further grow, use the money to further grow money and in a sustainable and growing way, then the interest rate can also be considered low in that sense as well. Okay, so I am moving next to the very last part in terms of documentations. Now that you already know, I go back again to the 5 C's, the conditions, the capacity, the collateral, the character, and the capital of the total 5 C's that the bank look into. Then I move to the documentations part. This is very important, very, very important. No matter how good your business look, how big your warehouse is, how strong your supply chain is, or how many 10 plus years already that your business has been established. But when you come to the bank to study your loan, to ask for a loan, always the bank will have to ask for the proof, and those proof mostly come from the documentations. So here, every verifiable fact reduces risk and time to process. So no document can take long time and also can be seen as a higher risk type of customer from the bank as well. In contrast, if all documentations are good, then it really makes the borrower as a superstar. The bank are really keen, as I said earlier, there are so many banks in Cambodia competing with each other to win the deal, to get the customers. But without documentations, it's very hard for the bank to really go fast and help to meet the need of those borrowers. So you may see here from red to a bit of amber or lower from, you know, from left hand side to the right hand side, in green or in blue, which means from hot to cold, that we can touch the customer or the deal itself, the loan itself. So when we talk again about the capacity or capability of the customer, how can the bank know that this customer has strong capability or strong capacity when they say, I want $1 million loan, and the bank see that, okay, they have enough ability to make repayment back. So from higher risk to lower risk, if there is no proof of income at all, very hard, very, very hard for the bank to really consider you or the borrower as a lower risk type of customer. No proof of income at all. Some bank may just say no upfront to certain borrowers. Some banks or some financial institution, they may be able to do something, but most of the commercial banks, when there is no proof of income at all, they may turn down the application straightforward. But some customers, they said, well, I have some paper receipts and invoices. I manually record it every day. I keep it in my book. I keep it in the boxes. Now I have probably 30 to 50 boxes of the paper receipt and invoices I have kept. Well, then the bank will say, okay, let me have a look and see how much I can help you with all those paper receipts. But in terms of capability and capacity here, the bank still consider that customer is not well structured, still higher risk, but lower than nothing at all. And then some companies say that I have consistent bookkeeping records, not manual or so, but in an Excel or in a small system record. Then that proved to the bank that, well, they are in the middle. Many of our businesses here, especially SME, they are in the middle here, consistent bookkeeping record from what I have seen so far. Earlier, when I started in the lending career about 10 years ago, many of them almost have nothing recorded or only keep the book. But now many businesses move to the middle here, consistent bookkeeping records. And then some of them leverage from the system they use further, or some of them hired accountant or finance department at a bigger scale. They are able to produce P&L profit and loss statement and balance sheets as well, to show some of them even line by line, products they sell, and then they record everything as well in their balance sheet, recording including all the depreciation, retained earnings, everything in the record. So this look into the bank that they are become lower risk, because they have quite proper structured thing in place. And then from the bank, they can just take the number from the customer, plug into their own tools. It's faster. They can just take something else to verify whether what is declared is correct or not, but they don't have to manually record one by one the invoice and receipt, in the book or in the 10 boxes of paper they provide to the bank. And then moving to the lower risk type of customer, they also have supplier and purchaser agreements, not just whatever they maintain within their business profit and loss balance sheet, but they also sign contract properly to ensure that nobody else can take this product coming to compete with them, or they lock with the purchaser that you only buy from me, then you cannot buy from any others. They have ways of negotiating or working with the supplier and purchaser to lock the agreements. This proves that they are very sustainable and they have very strong power to either negotiate with the supplier and the purchasers from the business. Lower risk, and then if they can really move to audited account, perfect, because audited account is everything that any bank will smile when you talk to them. Capital in terms of contribution, how much capital you are putting into the business or into the project that you are asking the bank to help finance. So if there's no business history at all, like don't know how much the business started with in terms of capital, no record, and then the earnings from previous year were all taken out without taking into much consideration about the business sustainability. This can be considered as a high risk from the bank perspective. And then if some businesses move to have the patent tax and the history showing that they start to really register, and then they start to record how much they put in, how much they have taken out, then this become a lower risk type of customer. And then in the middle here, previous investment in the business. Now you have track, you have proof that you have previous investment. How do we know? How does the bank assess that customer has previous investment? So for example, they said that I invested 10 million or I invested 1 million already in this business. But look into the stock, look into the assets or warehouses, or the account receivables or number of customers they have in the business, not much. So, and then they can't really prove the bank with anything else. Then still not easy for the bank to really confirm that they have capital invested in the business. Then moving to business plan with proof. This is also something that I linked to the previous example. They have previously recorded the business plan before starting the business or before starting the new product line or importing anything new to sell as part of business expansion. They have really conducted certain or produced certain business plan, and with the proof that they have invested certain capital in, then this really shows a good track record. And again, if they also have supplier and purchaser agreements signed, locked in place, perfect. And then if they have audited account, this is a very standard, very nice thing that the bank would want to see. Because why audited here is perfect? Because normally auditor does all the jobs for the bank, I would say. Not the bank trusts 100% the audited account, but normally auditor checked everything, verified everything to ensure that the business has really put up, the owner has really put up this much amount of capital into the business, proven by this A, B, C, D type of items to prove the investment. Last part here is the character. Character here would normally reflect the income or the proof itself of the business. So no proof of income, again, you can really tell that you are a good borrower or strong borrower, because how can the bank know without proof? And then if you have bank account with salary deposited, good, moving to a lower type of risk customer. And then if you are the business, you have the bank account with sales transaction in it, very good. Moving to another nice thing that the bank will assess the loan very quickly. And then if you even separate business and personal income out in your record or in your bank account, this is perfect. Nowadays, it's quite mixture, I would say, in Cambodia in terms of personal and business income mixing in the record and in the bank statement. Then if you have the proven history of good credit, great. Moving to the best part, which is the audited account. Nothing else you should be concerned about in terms of, documentation. It doesn't mean that the bank will then just see your audited account, the bank will sign up a loan for you. But in terms of documentations, you don't need to worry too much because everything was audited. Every note was written in there. Every explanation can be found in those documents, because the bank normally doubts or have quite many questions because they don't operate your business. And then when they lend money, it's like they are becoming a big part or some part of your business as well. If you get big loan, they are becoming almost big shareholders as well in the business, while they never know how it was started, how it is run. So this is something why the bank would normally have quite many questions. I end my presentation here with my email address and my phone number for any of you who wants to know more about lending, about loan from the bank. But I will address the question from the forum right now if you have any. Kim Hong.
Hello, Bong. Hello.
Yes.
We got a question from Bong Williat. Bong Williat, do you want to speak directly or want me to pass the question to Bong Kunthea? Okay, so her maybe she Bong Williat still here or no? Okay, so her question is, do you have any special package like a special interest rate for women who are do the business, and any special requirement for a loan required at the Bred Bank, and there's specific support for women entrepreneurship?
Yes, thank you for the question. We have a special package for women entrepreneur. We are quite lucky to be also supported by our head office in Paris, putting focus on the business women, especially business entrepreneurs. So I talk a lot, one part of my presentation was around collateral, but in this specific package, business women, business entrepreneurs do not really have to bring any collateral, or if they don't have any collateral, it's still fine. We can still assess the loan for them under a very special condition. This is in terms of support on the financial part. And non-financial part, I think you already heard about Shine Business Academy. We also provide trainings and coaching as well to our women entrepreneurs. In this first quarter of 2021, we partnered with the French Embassy, conducted already 3 sessions, business-related topics to our women entrepreneurs for free of charge. So these are the 2 parts that that Bred Bank has been doing, both financial and non-financial for business entrepreneurs.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And to our participant, do you have any question? You can unmute yourself.
Hi.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I would like to know about what makes Bred Bank different from other banks or other microfinances.
Sure. So for us, we are, like I said earlier, lucky to be supported and have a strong history and background of banking for more than 100 years of the Bred Bank Populaire under BPC Group, which is the second largest banking group in France. Also for us here, we are not only focusing on the interest earning every month, making the money, but we focus on long-term relationship with the client. We start with the business client today, for example, but we look into 10 years and beyond to see them grow, to help them grow together. Because our mindset is that only if our customer is growing, then the bank is also growing. Otherwise, it's not a win-win solution. And then thirdly, like I said earlier, we support women in particular because we know that women have a lot of potentials, and women can do a lot. And in the small and micro or even SME segment, women own more than 50%, or even not own, but we call it women-led business, represent more than 50% of the economy. So we want to be involved, we want to support, we want to empower women to grow bigger and have realized their potential. I think these are the key 3 things that we see ourselves different from others.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kunthea. And I would like to announce that since we have like a bit late, so I will welcome one more important question you can raise up before we end the session.
Hello.
Hello, Bong.
Yes. First of all, just thank you to Kunthea for a very nice presentation. I am Charya from UNIDO. I just want, maybe I'm missing some part of that. You are talking a lot about loan, but if I am not wrong, or maybe I missed some part, I just heard a lot about the normal loan or housing loan, something like that. But I just want to know about the SME loan, especially provided by the Bred Bank. So can you share us what are the package of SME loan provided by customer by Bred Bank, and what are the term and condition of that, and how we can access to that? Yeah.
Sure. Yes. For SME loan in Bred Bank, we have three main things to support the business. Number one is working capital loan. So if the business needs some additional fund to expand the business, they want extra products, they want to have more stocks, or they want to increase sales volume, and then they need extra working capital. So Bred Bank can look into that. It can be from any sort of overdraft to maximum 5 to 7 years working capital loan. And then secondly is asset financing. For example, if now they have no more space to store their goods, their inventory, they need to build extra warehouse, then Bred Bank can also help support that. Or if they feel like, I want to own my own warehouse, I don't want to rent it anymore, I feel like I can get it and manage it by myself, but I don't have enough to really fund that whole purchase. So Bred Bank can help support up to 70% of the price of the warehouse or of the land or of the new office, any kind of business expansion. Bred can help support asset financing up to 70%, and the tenor can be up to 15 years. This can be longer than the normal working capital loan. And then secondly, if they need to expand the machineries, now I cannot support enough my customer with 5 machineries or only 5 trucks. I cannot deliver on time to my customers. I need to buy extra 3 or 5 more, or double the size of my production or my capacity. Then I need machinery. This Bred Bank can also look into financing. We can financing up to 90% of the machinery or the truck or vans or itself. And then this can take up to 7 years of a loan tenor, because I explained earlier that machineries and also so on and so forth, it doesn't last so long or longer than 7 years. So we have mainly support, and like I said, if you are the women entrepreneur, don't have collateral, fine, we can help, because this is something we want to support the women as well.
Kunthea, just to clarify, you said don't require collateral for the SME, so it means for
women.
example, yeah, for women, but for example, by getting the special condition of no collateral. So just curious to know what are the things that may need that may require by the bank, for example, like business plan or guarantor or something like that.
No need the guarantor, because if the bank is willing to not take collateral, we are also not willing to take any guarantors into the loan. Of course, come with the business plan, come with the project that you want to expand into, and then have the proof of business income, like I explained in my earlier presentations. You need to know your capacity, collateral, forget about it because it's special, and then documentations, project, and history of repayment in the past and all that. We can sit down and discuss together.
And how about the interest rate? Sorry.
Interest rate with collateral, I would say that it's between 7 to 8%, but without collateral, it can be higher than 10%. This is the normal standard rate, but we can always discuss, customize depending on the the high to low risk type of assessment that I just showed earlier. Audited account quite cheap, I can say, but normally we don't find audited account a lot in Cambodia.
Okay, so thank you, very useful information.
Yeah.
Okay, since in our chat we have one last question. We will go a bit short about the information. So what kind of the business activity that Bred Bank consider leading loan for lady the most?
Any kind of business that is not involved, we have certain restricted industry, for example, gambling and natural resource impacted or direct farming. Direct farming means the planting things by the borrower itself. We don't fund. Other than that, no restriction at all.
Sorry, just to clarify. So it means direct planting. It refers to agriculture sector.
Yes.
So this means for the SME bank, for the SME loan of Bred Bank, may consider some sort of thing in a processing level or in the post-harvest level, but it's not in a production level. Am I right on that?
Yes. We don't deal. We don't have expertise, to be honest, to deal directly with some kind of a very direct farming part. But anything that is post farming, we have the full expertise. This is our strong expertise, and we can help our customers even go abroad to exporting as well. Like I said, this needs to link with the growth journey of the customers as well.
Okay, so it seems like a small loan or small micro enterprise with the working on the how is it, like something work. I mean, like the micro enterprise. Maybe it's not easy to access to that package, right? So far, based on your experience in that.
Not really. If I may put into a specific example, when I say direct farming, it's probably like if you are the farmer of rice, this is direct farming. And then if you are direct planter of any cassava or rubber, something that we don't have much expertise. But if you are the processor of the rice, or if you are the exporter of the rice, or if you are the processor of cassava, exporting cassava, this is something that we have very strong expertise on. We can help link to the international market, like I said earlier. But in terms of handicraft, in terms of small micro producer, they are okay. They don't plant or they don't grow things. But they take out something dry, something not wet on land to process in their own house, factory, or small workshop. This is okay. This is fine.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah. I see Yen Ngo, Apple Hotel, raise her hand.
Oh, yes, thank you. I actually, sorry, just want to clarify. You mentioned that there were two SMEs at Bred Bank, the working capital loan and the asset financing. I missed the third one.
The equipment financing.
Oh, okay, so that's separate from asset financing. Okay.
Yeah. It's also asset, but it's more like we classify as equipment.
Okay, I think thank you for Kunthea for sharing this kind of useful information, and I hope our participant will get a lot of information. I think if you have more questions, you can directly email if possible to her, right? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Yes, so if you have any more questions, you can directly email to Kunthea. She will be very good to explain you more, and also happy to share. Yes. Okay, so at the end of the section, I would like to thank you to Kunthea again, and thank you for sharing. Also, thank you for our participant for your time to joining, and we'll never forget to thank to our annual partner, especially for the platinum partner, Bred Bank, the FBL, Thales, and our gold partners, Smart, Sofitel, Total, Mercedes, Blue Up, our special partner, Hobbs Garden, and also the Hannigan as well. So yes, this is the end of our session. Yes. So
thank you so much, everyone. Give me a call or email me if you need to chat more. We can have a separate Zoom talk. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Happy Women's Friday.
Happy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Happy Women's Rights Day to you too.
Flashback to the Ratana question. So what is the main reason that lead to the gender balance at workplace, right?
Yes.
So if we talking about this one, we can talking about the the definition about the gender first. So some people, they might understand in different way. So meaning of gender, so that is refer to man or woman. But everyone just consider that just man and woman. Yeah, it just the case that born in man and woman. But for the gender, they refer to man, woman, and also the third sex like LGBT group like the gay, boy, lesbian. Those also the gender. And if we refer another definition about the gender equality, how different between gender equity, gender equality, and gender balance in workplace. So if we talk about the gender equity, it's the thing that we try to process to make the woman and man to be equal. To also the girl and boy and everything have to be have the opportunity to be equal. But if we talk about this one, it's just a start-up process to make men and women to be equal. But if we are talking about the gender equality, widely it will strengthen. It means that they try to make man, woman, and to be equal in every situation, every area, and every opportunity. But another meaning about the gender balance. So for gender balance, it's more widely, more strictly. So gender balance is a focus on the gender between men and women, but emphasize more on the rest and slight work. So like balance between men and women at workplace. In like example, like in Cambodia, do we have a gap between the national people or international people or not? Do we have a gap between the lady and woman or not? So this one is more, more widely. So from the Pact Cambodia, I think we have some policy about the gender balance at workplace. So it means that if we reflect back to our program, so right now our gender, we try to motivate on the gender equity because depend on the real situation. because in Cambodia, as you already know, that we look at women, around 80% of women, they have a job, they're working, and also they run the business like the micro business as well. But if we look in depth to understand about the gender, so we still have a lot of gap. So the gap, it means that mostly 89% of those opportunities, it refers to men. So men can get more opportunity. That's why we act program design this one to focus only support women that call we act or Women Entrepreneur Act to support women to be more gender equity. So this one is a bit a description from my side. So thank you for your question again.
Thank you so much, Paul. So, Hally, do you have any thoughts on these questions?
Okay, I also have some notes. So as we all know that for Cambodian people, most of them, the people that take care of children and also doing household are ladies, are women, and they also have to work to earn the money to support the family as well. So for Pactics, what we have now is 80% is women between among all our staff. So what we can do is that we design the process that very simple to support them. So for women, when they have family, they married, so they raise children, and they also need to support their own family. So the process that we do now is that we make it simple. For example, we have the pregnancy, not really a program, but we, let me call it program. So for pregnant women, so we design the job that, so we change the job that have them not to affect their pregnancy. So we move them to another place to do another job. And we also provide them training about the pregnancy care or things or something like that for their health. And furthermore, we also allow them to leave the work early, 15 minutes before everyone. So they don't need to fit in the crowd when a lot of people leave the workplace. And then we also have daycare center here in Pactics. So for our staff that they have baby from 3 months to 18 months, they can keep the baby at our daycare place, and mother can every now and then they have 1 hour every day to feed the children. So this support them so they have time to concentrate on their work, because they have somebody who take care of their kids during their working time. We also provide them the canteen, which they don't care about the cooking before coming to work. So the canteen, we have facility at the canteen that they only spend 2,000 Riel per meal. So per meal, we have 2 kinds of food and also one kind of fruit or sweet, something like that. And another thing on education, we provide a literacy program. And now we have 15 students and all female to join us. Then will also benefit them for their career and life in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Once again, to our audience, in case you have any question along the way, feel free to ask or unmute yourself and ask directly, because we have around 11 participants in these rooms. So I think it can be an interactive one if we proceed like this. So I can ask already to my question, second question following the first one. So I mean, why is it so important to take the gender concerns into account in the program design and implementations? You can answer based on your experience from your workplace. Why is it so important to bring all of this gender concern into account?
Okay, thank you so much again for your question. So why it concern to take taking into account about the gender balance at workplace. So from my opinion, it's a very it's in workplace. Imagine if we have only men, so yeah, maybe it environment not also fulfilled, and maybe the men also may focus, but another way may also get boring. And also at workplace, we cannot make everything by only men. Example like sometimes mostly the man is he also care about the position. So sometimes they not really want to work like the front line or maybe like the ground floor, example like the cleaner or something like that. So this one, so for women, they are more openly, they are more access any opportunity, they try it. So even the cleaner, they don't mind it, but they try to develop themselves to be the leader. And by the way, men and different is a bit different, because men most likely they are focused. They do something more focused. But for the woman, they can do multitask at the same time. So this one, if the workplace have only some people can think only the focus and plan, no one can be implement well. So that's why we have to at workplace, like we have to think like the place for the garden. Garden, a woman as the flower, but the man as the soil. So this one is complement and support to each other, and then to make garden more flourish, more beautiful. So this one from my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you both for your thoughts. You have any ideas?
Hi. Hi everyone. Hi, I'm Jennifer. Yeah, I'm Jennifer from Prince Bank. I come from Malaysia, and I have a different cultural experience. Even though I come from Asian country, my experience as gender practice here is also different. So for example, in Cambodia, a woman must be soft-spoken, gentle, yet firm, which I don't have the same experience if I'm back home. So in Malaysia, although we are also an Asian country, which also dominated by religious practices, but I feel that how gender equality also can be impacted by the cultural differences. So back home, if I am soft-spoken, chances are I will not be able to survive in workplace. So I will have to be outspoken, I have to be strong, I have to speak louder. Otherwise, other women will speak louder than me, you know. So it's a bit different. So coming from a different country and working here now, that I think we need to also be very sensitive to how a woman is perceived. So if a woman is very loud or very outspoken or very firm or very stern, it will be perceived quite negatively. So how do we then, but if a man do that, the man is good, the man is confident. That's the perception we get. So I think it also has how we have to have gender equality is that we have to be very conscious, men and women, that we should be treated equally by merit and by our competency. Because I can see a man can, I mean, like in here, a man can speak, make jokes, laugh or anything, and it seems okay, but for a woman, it's frowned upon. So how I think in order to have some form of gender equality, even like I think the way we perceive should also change culture. It's going to be hard because it's very organization. We need to be very open and allow also women to speak up and speak their mind. Yeah. So that's my personal experience as working from a 2 different culture. Especially if I were to serve a, let's say, international organization, if I work with Intel, or if I work with American-based company or a German-based company, then I will, as a woman, I'm also will be treated very differently. I have to speak, you know, it's just different. So that's just my thought. Just from a perspective from a foreigner who's now working in and living in Cambodia. So it's also a cultural change for me. I have to also adjust my personality and the way I speak. Yeah, so it is a cultural change for me as well. Thank you.
Jennifer, it's always good to hear from our members and from you on this. It's really interesting. And well, Hally, do you have any opinion further on this?
Yeah, and I agree with Jennifer because it's actually culturally affected as well for women here. We also like to speak softly, just like what she mentioned. But what we can do at workplace, for my experience, is that we have a bunch of ladies working with us. So what we can do to support them is to let them have time to raise their voice. So they can say what they concern, and we also allow them to make a decision in their own area. So we can, at the same time, we improve their leadership and also confidence. So that's also a helpful way to promote them to becoming a leader in their own life and in their own career as well.
And I would like to jump into this one also. So I support from the Jennifer and also Mom Hally that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, but we have to think in 2 different. So example like in workplace, yeah, I support that we have to promote them to be the confident and try to voice out what their concern is. And also this one another way. And another way is women themselves have to be confident and to be the role model when you are doing something good and be successfully, so everyone is enjoy it and everyone like try why you are being very active, so they convert the way to thinking. When you are working successfully, they think that you are very active, but if you not work successfully, sometimes they have some like feeling you are annoying or something like that. But meanwhile, so the solution is not just about the workplace and also about the home. So right now, for the long time ago, right now it's a bit changing, but like women have to be taught softly, walk slowly, have to be gentle and everything. So this one, it's very difficult for women on the culture different especially, and this one the way that we are thinking right now, they try to promote the role model and work on the social norm to family engagement. So sometimes own way only herself cannot make it. That's why I need someone around to support it. That's why we are thinking about this one, try to make the woman to be the role model and try to engage no family to be understand about what is the woman entrepreneur need, what is the woman need, and what is woman can do. So this one is the way that we can change in adapt. So later on, I believe that after we act maybe 5 years later or 10 years later, so the culture is a bit changed and they come to be adapt, because right now a lot of the organization, especially today, is also the EuroCham, he leading by this one. So it's try to show the woman empowering right now. So I think maybe 5 years or 10 years later, so women can be strong and point out to everyone that yeah, so it's not just walking slowly and just talk gently. It's not the way that a woman can be success. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Bong. I mean, personally, I mean, from EuroCham's 10 out of 18 staff members here are women. So I'm still in a strong personal note that my colleagues, especially women, they are very dynamic and they're very passionate and they're very hardworking in their own responsibility. I mean, to organize this event, some of my team will have to come also yesterday to EuroCham to organize this. So it takes more than just a personality, but a commitment and a responsibility. And I truly admire them for this. So my next question, and once again, if from our audience you have any question, feel free to ask along the way. So I'm referring back to the Sustainability Development Goal by the United Nations, SDG 5, which is stated under the gender equality. So we're aiming to achieve this goal by the end of 2030. And then with the current pandemics of COVID-19, it's really giving a lot of burden for us to achieve this goal. So from your perspective, I mean, how do you suggest, or how would you, from your personal experience or from your personal opinions, how could we find our ways to make it happen before then? And how and in what way we as a community leaders or as a manager or as a woman, how we can empower one another to make this happen before 2030?
I'm sorry, I cannot catch up the question earlier because the internet is like disconnected.
Okay, so yeah,
it seems like you run the project.
I'm sorry.
It seems like the EuroCham has been run one district, but due to the COVID-19, it's like something make everything burden to the staff.
No, it's because it's also referring back to the statistics they provided, because the SDG 5 on the gender equality having some burden because of COVID-19, because some of the activity cannot be achieved during this time. So with that in mind, and also with our goal to achieve and improve gender equality, I mean, how would you suggest us to struggle? I mean, to solve all of this issue, and how? I mean, in terms of empowering one another in workplace, starting from your colleagues, starting from your family, starting from someone who you talk to in the neighborhoods, how would you share us on this?
Okay, so Hally, want to start first? I can start first.
You can start first, Bong. I don't really get the question because of the internet connection, I think. Ratana, maybe you can write it down so we can see on chat.
Sure. Probably Bong, if you get the question, you can answer first, and then I'll type it down along the way.
Okay, so I think refer to the gender equity or gender balance at workplace or maybe in the society, but during the COVID-19, it's difficult to make it happen. So what is our suggestion? So I think so the pandemic where yes, it everyone aware it and everyone just get burden. It's not just on only the women and men, not only the NGO that run another project, or maybe not NGO or company run the gender equity. So everything, everyone is impacted. but back to gender equity, how we keep going and to promote this at workplace. So I think this one, everything just move from the offline to online and encourage more, especially the women to be on digital, transfer themselves moreover. So this one, and then they can accessible, and also this one, they should take the chance to understand and to show up their confidence and to try. Example like during the VX running the project, so YWE Women Entrepreneur who is run the business, they are very affected from the COVID-19, and they try to cut off their staff, especially sometimes they cut off their women like the staff, because some women cannot really work well on their situation. So this one really very impact, and it's not good for the woman. But again, this one at workplace is not a good way to do that. On the regarding to the management in the organization or maybe institute, they have to be think deeply. So how to manage? First is the manage about their operation business. They have to make the system. And second, they have to understand what is the way that a woman can do and men can do. Example, men maybe focus on the thing that they want to focus, they talk less. But women, they also can work well with, like, example, like the one person about the PR marketing, or maybe, those women see like the way that they can convince the customer, maybe it's good and better. And just on digital, women can call to contact the customer. So this one also the way that women can do and work well for the business. So again, back to the situation, I think it depends on the management level, how they care it, how they make it to be a system, how they deeply understand about the men capacity and woman capacity. So this one, and then I think the business is, even though the pandemic and not pandemic, it still work well. So thank you from my opinion.
Thank you, Bong. Hally, you have your thoughts on this?
For me, I think for this one, especially during the COVID-19, because the school is shut down, and also women have to take a lot of, not really a lot of, but a task that they take care of children and also work at the same time. So that would be helpful if management in each company can think of that flexibility for them, so they can have time to take care of their children as well as they have time to complete their work. And in an NGO that I used to work with, what we do is that we set up a working from home, so that the women, they can have their specific time to take care of their children, and also they set up a specific time during the day just for work. So they allow them to manage their own life as well as their own work to achieve their goal as well. So that is all from my side. I hope it can be an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this. So before I move on, do we have any questions from the audience? I think we have, if there's anything you want to add or you want to share, feel free, you can unmute yourself, and then we'll be here to listen.
Okay, can I share something? I'm from Prince Bank, same as Jennifer. And I do support Jennifer's idea 100%, that we have like a challenging with the culture I mean Cambodia culture, that women need to take care of family and need to be soft, yes, and gentle all the time. And women cannot learn a lot. And women, if they want to be a success, they need to fight with a lot of things, especially for women who have got married, having children, and having husband. Without husband support or without husband allowable for them to be able to work. If we are trying to challenge, I'm very thankful that EuroCham and the guest speaker also support a lot on the working environment. However, I think that working environment alone is not workable. To me, according to my experience, I have a lot of employees, even subordinate, who resign from work due to their family issue. Like nobody take care of their child, their husband are allowed to work, something like that. And they are quite good, very good. And they able to learn more. They are able to work more. However, due to their family not support, then they need to stay home. Sometimes it's not due to their economic, family economic or they are poor, but due to the culture that they need to stay home. Okay, so I think that from here we are only discussing and focusing on the, for example, educating our team, like the women leader to help to provide some like a good working environment or something. But I think we should focus more on men education. Let them know what is the importance of the women, and they should more balancing between their work and family too, understand more. So without them, if they don't know how hard we are doing, we also cannot achieve it, because we need to maintain our family. We cannot break up. We have a lot of children. We have parents. Okay, so this is a very challenging for us. And like what you mentioned earlier, that the workplace try to compromise a lot for women to work. Easier for us to work. However, for obtaining a job is easy, but for fighting for higher level in an organization, high position, it is not like it is not that easy. So we need to fight hard with the men to stand in a certain position in an organization. So that is all my sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Soklin. I would like to add a bit on that. This one, yeah, I agree what you have mentioned. So yeah, that's why I also mentioned before too that VAC, he tried to promote and work on the business engagement. That's why even we focus on the woman entrepreneur, but some even we have to invite those the family member to join it, and then to see the showcase of woman who is was successful in their business and what they challenge it and what they can move on. So then those express themselves that they can move on because first, because of themselves, they want to challenge it, they want to show their family. Second, they want to show the society, and the third one, they also want to their family support to business scale up, because when they successful business, it's not this one man also have to understand well about gender, like Soklin mentioned earlier. And for the Pact Cambodia have been do that way. So for the right now, critically in a VAC project, so in the Pact take the woman staff. And for the management level, we can say like 50 and 50. And for the senior top level, so it's a woman is lead. So we have 3 the top of management level. So among them, like 2 ladies already stand for. So this one, I think work in React is very interesting. Like, yes, I will take this opportunity. I also thank for the Pact and React that they always thinking about women and support women. And of course, we also not forget the men, because men in women can be work and in different area, different position, but for those position and for those area of work, so they have to be complement to each other to make the company goal and company vision, company mission to be successful. So this one just from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. So does anyone want to share any others or opinions on this topic? To me, I still have one last question from my side. If there's any others opinion, please feel free to share with us. Okay, so to Bong, Hally, and Bong Sreytouch, my last question to you would be: so we have discussed all of this cause and the importance of gender equalities and how we're able to achieve it. So, but I would conclude by personally, how do you see could be some of the barriers that make all of this can make all of this not to happen, like to prevent gender equality to happen within our workplace? Is it because of personality? Is it because of the workplace? What do you think can cause as a barriers?
Hello, it hard to hear from you. So could you repeat again, please?
Okay, so there might be some error with my internet. So what are some of the barriers that prevent gender equality from happening?
How to prevent gender equality?
No, I mean, what are some of the barriers that prevent gender equality from happening? Barriers like obstacles.
Okay. To prevent the obstacle, right?
I mean, what could be the obstacle to prevent gender equality from happening?
Because it cut. I really had to make it full because it's like
so I will type it down.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Put it in the chat box.
Okay, from me, what is the barrier that we should prevent gender to make inequality? So I think we already mentioned earlier some, like some audience in here too. So the barrier that happen to women is one is about herself. First, I think it's about herself because she doesn't have the confidence and don't dare to voice out. Second is about the culture. So culture is mean about the culture of the family or maybe the culture of the society. we can say so now. And the third, I think, is about knowledge. So when they have knowledge like limited, so gonna be barrier to voice out, to make everything happen, to show up. And another one is about the opportunity as well. So sometimes they live in a place don't have any opportunity to show off and to have a chance to try something new. So this one also the barrier. Yeah. And the last one, I think because of the beside of that, but also about the poverty. So example like that in family, if they are in poverty, so even though she want to be a leader, she cannot. Sometimes she have to make their own decision to do something for their family. So this one also the big gap in Cambodia.
I also want to add something. I think Bong said to cover most of the things, and what I want to add here is that the barrier may be when a woman has married and they have children, so they need to spend time for their children as well. So that's also a kind of barrier that block them from showing up. So that's why I think the company should have a thought about that, and to make them feel that they are, I mean that to support them, to have them make it happen so that the gender equality will also flow up time by time. Thanks.
And yeah, thank you for adding. And also another one pop up idea. I think also maybe at the place most is some company they not comply with the Cambodian law. Example like mostly like sometimes they not motivate women to be like a mom. Sometimes when they heard some woman they are pregnant, so it's something that they try to make her in burden and try to quit the job. And this one also, so I think it's importantly is those company they should care about, if not make it equity or balancing, so at least comply with the Cambodian law. But if the those company can do more than that, is the most better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bong, for all of this point. It's very well taken, and it's really interesting, and I'm sure because later we will our team will have this. We already have this recorded, and it will be shared throughout social medias, and I'm sure there will be more rooms to spread all of these good discussions. So to end before I end this breakout room, I would like to have one advice from both speakers. What would be your advice to both men and women together to improve gender equalities? From your face, I think you cannot hear me again. What would
recommendation?
Yeah, to both men and women. Recommendation to both each side, men and women, and together they can improve gender equality. Because I'm sure to achieve this, both needs to work together or somehow collaborates or somehow adapts in certain situations to make everything.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have some recommendation. First of all, I think woman is belong to woman, because we want to them support and want to everywhere support us to be the have gender equity. So we have to voice out, we have to challenge it, and we have to stand up. So this one from women, and woman to woman, they should support to each other, because some people they try like to sell their face, they try to promote themselves rather than promote other women. So this one, I think if they think that this way, so maybe just one case, maybe it's okay, but if they keep action like that, so finally they can fail it. So I think should don't just care about to promote yourself by yourself, but try to promote women you as the leader. I think for the men, yeah, refer to men. So I think men mostly they can do well, but also they have to try to understand about the woman, because like I said, sometimes men they try to do something in focus, but not mean that they cannot successfully only do the case that focus, because they need women to support it, to implement it. And also sometimes women they have ability more than men, because they can manage a lot of things at the same time, and when they want to be focused, they also can be lead as the good leader. And the last thing to think about, but also the workplace also try the way to make men and women not separately, try the way to design something that allow men and women to work together, or maybe try to think that give the but normally they someone maybe try the way to sing out, try the way to practice, because sometimes when the thing only men can do, but you forgot woman and you ignore the woman, but you should test it. If the woman can do, how the result, maybe result amazing than men do it sometimes. But anyway, I encourage that men and women should work together closely, and support each other, and find the gap that what is make it not, what is the gap that make the men and women not balanced. So this one, thank you.
Yes, and a note from my side. So we're in family to father, husband, and brothers. So please pay attention and care and motivate to people in the families. And also for men at workplace, please and wait to gain from it. And a message for women, please support each other, motivate each other, and you can do it. Just sign on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bong. I mean, personally, because I'm also a husband at my family, so it's, I mean, today it's I honestly learned a lot from everyone, including this session, including our main sessions. So sometimes I hear the opinion that probably my wife didn't tell me at home, so I could hear from everyone here. So thank you once again for sharing all of your insightful thoughts and opinions. And it's really, again, meant a lot for EuroChams. And in the occasion to celebrate the International Women's Day, EuroCham thanks to all of our speakers, participants who join us from 8 a.m. in the morning until this time, because we noticed that it is long, but part of the discussion is needed So I'm thanking everyone who joined us since this morning until this time. So before I cut off this breakout room, may I please invite everyone to turn on your cameras so I can have a quick screenshot of this. If you are able to. So I'll count to, okay, I'll leave some time. Okay, so 1, 2, smile. Okay, thank you. So once again, thank you everyone, and I still want to thank our partners, our platinum partners and gold partners for their contribution to EuroCham this year. It's again meant a lot for us in terms of their supports and everything. And I'm sure EuroCham in the coming weeks, despite the ongoing COVID-19 situation, we will try to bring out more initiatives. We'll bring more topics. And even though we have finished this meeting, feel free to reach out to me or one of my team in case you have any question or you would like to reach out to one of the speakers in case you are not able to ask them directly the question for during this morning sessions. So feel free to reach out to us, and these videos and online Zoom session will be shared also on our social medias. So once again, thank you everyone, and very great days to everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye bye everyone.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.